All right, it has all come down to this. The final table at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship, powered by BetMGM Poker. From 689 entries to our final 6.
Tune in on YouTube. I'll put the link in here.
Hello and welcome to the Borgata Spring Poker Open Championship final table. 7 players left. We are playing for some big prize money here. My name is Jeremy Geist, joined in the booth by the one and only Jamie Kerstetter. How you doing, Jamie?
I'm good. I'm on very little sleep, as are you, as are the players, and I figure probably a lot of people in chat who stayed up with us didn't sleep a whole lot as well. But we're going to power through. This is a big final table, $340,000+ up for grabs.
But we're going to take a look around the table here. Your current chip leader, Joel Deutsch, out of Florida, made his way up to New Jersey, and he is in the mix. Tony out of New Jersey here, 620,000. He is our short stack at the moment, but we have seen this man be stone cold. He can definitely find a double and be a problem. Max Hoffman showed us an absolutely wild hand yesterday, and man, we would love to see some more out of him today. Justin Vaseman out of my hometown, Phoenixville, PA. I wasn't aware that's where he was from, but Justin, online pro out of Pennsylvania, has had a great showing out here so far. Carlos Alivardo, giving a shout out to the fam, straight out of New Jersey. He's got a middling stack here, but he has played excellent so far. Andrew Vore was an absolute favorite in the chat yesterday. I'm sure he will have a ton of love in the chat today, but he is sitting, I think, second in chips right now. And George Kane, another one that gave us an absolutely wild hand yesterday. Make sure after this stream you guys check back on that. He had a wild check raise on the river.
And his fold. The kings to aces fold.
Yeah,
I mean, he really deserves to be here.
Yeah, George gave us a show. He sat on short stack for a little while yesterday, but he gave us an absolute show after he got some chips. So here we look at the player position. Joel, still our top stack. George is actually in second place, and Andrew is just maybe one big blind behind. But Here we're looking at what these guys are playing for. Every single one of them has $46,360 locked up, but they are all going to have their eye on that top prize of $347,244. Not a bad payday for a few days' work. This is going to be a big one, folks. So card should be in the air in just a moment here. We are talking to our friends at BetMGM off to the side, but we want to give a shout out to them too, BetMGM Poker. This has been a fantastic stream so far. While we have a moment, I definitely want to shout out Gorilla Gaming. They have been troopers behind the scenes, getting all of this awesome production set up for you guys. Make sure you check out Gorilla Gaming. And if you guys are looking for any of the updates that has happened in this tournament from both the feature table and the tables that were out on the rail earlier, please make sure you check out poker.org. You can also see these payouts on there at any given time. They are linked right at the top of the page, poker.org. And just like that, we're getting into the action here. It seemed like yesterday, every time we came back from break, there was a big hand right after break. So let's see if we start off with any fireworks here.
Yeah, last night was kind of crazy because at around 1 a.m., we lost our 9th place finisher, Stanton Tenikowski, and it took 2 hours to lose one more player.
Yep.
Which is pretty insane.
Yeah.
And that was Teapot. Well played the entire event.
Yes.
He became our 8th place finisher. We were supposed to go down to 6, but that may have happened at 5 in the morning. We didn't want to torture the players.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to jump into it here. Carlos with a mystery hand. Ooh. Carlos with a mystery hand. Opening the button to 210. Andrew in the small blind. Hand number 1. Looks like he's reaching for some raising chips.
How are you predicting this? You said big hand as soon as we come back. You got some intel?
I didn't, honestly, but this is awesome. George waking up in the big blind with some good-looking cards. Not sure he's going to want to get in the mix here, though.
650. Side by side, the other way. There we go.
George going to cold call the 3-bet with some suited Broadway cards out of the big blind. Now Carlos has a decision. Still a mystery hand. He's going to let it go. I'm going to guess that he was just maybe looking to take down some chips in that first hand. But we're going to have some blind versus blind action here in a 3-bet pot.
Okay.
Now.
Ace 10, 9, 2 diamonds, so got a flush and straight draw for George, who just flatted that 3-bet, and Andrew, top pair with a good kicker.
Pretty solid flop, considering.
Yeah, he's going to play it a little slow. Checks over to George. He's going to check. Okay, so we're going to blow the pot pre-flop.
Yes.
And then we're going to be good boys after the flop. And just go listen. We want a couple other people to bust. Let's play a 16 big blind pot.
I don't blame George for checking back, but if I was Andrew, I'd want to get some value out of my top pair.
And protect
your
hand.
Yeah.
10 seconds. $450.
I'm going to put out that delayed C bet there, 450,000.
I don't want to have to.
Right around a third pot.
Nice price for George to peel with such a good hand.
If I get a good hand. Be careful, Mom, because I don't get Hollywood in my books, too.
10 seconds.
You don't really want to do much else besides call because Andrew was the pre-flop 3-better from the small blind. He's going to have some good aces in his range. Oh, baby.
That is what we call the stone cold nuts for George.
Bit of a scare card for Andrew also. When George is cold calling, he's not just afraid of the flush, but there are a lot of two-pair aces now. Ace 10, ace jack that he might expect George to be flatting from the big blind in this spot.
He could potentially be flatting tens.
Sure.
You know,
yeah, there's a lot
jacks,
of things that are beating your ace queen.
Yep. Yeah, I think check, cautious call is probably.
He may find a fold.
Yeah,
this is a really bad board.
Really dicey board. Yep. But he also saw George get very out of line yesterday and show the bluff. So that's got to be in his head.
I think in this spot, though, that if George was going to be bluffing, he may have started on the flop. He may have raised turn. It's like, you know, I think that this is one. I think that Andrew can make a case for folding ace queen.
Especially against this sizing. Snap folds ace queen. 1.8 million was the bet by George. Just a little bit greedy there, my man. But maybe he's trying to get some value out of a set or something like that if there's potential there. So.
Can't fault him for trying.
No. Nice hand, George. Never a problem picking up number one. Never a problem making the stone cold nuts on the first hand.
And George and Joel are now tied for the chip lead.
Dead even. Look at that.
Raise 200. Fold.
Max raising up ace-8 suited under the gun one.
Fold.
Not that I'm even saying this is a loose open, but I would say Max was the one probably opening the widest range out of the middle positions yesterday. He was finding a lot of raises with, call it like queen 9 suited, ace 8 suited, a lot of stuff. He was going for it. Didn't seem to be too worried about ICM. He seemed to want to win this bad boy. So.
Sure. Joel defends the worst ace in the big blind. Queen 3-3, 2 spades and a diamond. No help for either player. Checks through on the flop for the 10 of hearts turn. They're chopping right now.
315.
Joel's not interested in sharing this pot.
Gets it done.
Takes it down.
Yeah, we saw that a lot out of Joel yesterday also, just kind of taking some shots at smaller pots, trying to pick up some dead money where he could if he sensed weakness.
Thank you very much.
But at the same time, he was really staying out of the weeds. He was not putting himself in, we'll call it, high variance situations very often, and saw a lot of good things out of Joel yesterday.
Can I get one of those too?
I mean, he really essentially stayed chip leader for basically all 5 hours of the final table or whatever it was.
His graph of this tournament is just this like steady incline. Like
really
I don't
impressive.
feel like there was ever like his pots were all like 1 million chips. There was no huge, at least for the last like 4 hours yesterday, not one real spot where he was in danger of losing or winning a lot of chips.
Right. Yeah. He just keeping the variance low. I mean, and then the other thing too is at one point he had double what the next person had. I mean, so he was a massive chipper.
He did most of his damage when they were shorthanded at the future. He was like 5-handed for a long time with people who had 2 million when he had 6, and he just really took a little off each stack.
Yeah. Here we go. I think we're going to see all these chips go in the middle. Joel waking up with ace-8 offsuit. He's going to limp.
He's going to let Tony jam some worse hands.
Yep.
Not going to give Tony a chance to wriggle off of this one, but Tony with the dominating ace.
275 an ounce. All in, call.
Here we go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Joel actually raised the 275.
Oh,
it looked like he put out the call.
Yeah,
first.
I thought he called too, but nonetheless, all the chips make it into the middle, and we are going, folks. Tony in really good shape to get the double up that he was probably dreaming about, and there it is.
If he slept at all.
Yeah. Ace, queen, king. 5 on the turn.
Tony's saying, no king, no king. And it's
8
clean
on the river.
520.
520 it is. 525, 5 change.
Nothing stressful like coming back as a short stack. Like, man, I had to sleep overnight. I got to come all the way back in here. I really hope I don't just bust. And you get your double,
it's so
my friend.
nice to just get it right away.
Yep, yep.
The best feeling. Oh, this is still like my best feeling in poker, I think. Corey and I were at the final table, or we were down to close to the final table on the last day of the tag team.
Right, right.
And I get a message, like, I'm filming commercials for WPT Global at the time. I had to do it. I have Phil Ivey showing up. I can't say, oh, I'm close to a final table. I'll see you next time.
Right, right.
So I'm like, hey, you're going to start. I'm going to be away for like half an hour. I hadn't even realized that we'd started because I'm filming with Phil Ivey. And Corey messaged me. He goes, doubled. And I was like, what? First hand off the deck. We just win a flip. And it was like a huge flip.
That's
and I was like, this is so cool to not even know to be nervous yet and to get that message.
Oh, that's so awesome. That must have been
sweet.
the best feeling.
Yep. I wish we had more of them, tag teams and team events. It's really good for the game.
They are very, very fun. I mentioned this on another stream. One of my first final tables was a tag team. They called it a tag team switch. So at any point in time, they can ring a bell and switch it. They run those down in Maryland. It was a really fun tournament.
Yeah, the ladies in poker series, Lips Tour, ran a big one out South Point, and they had 80 teams. They were full.
Whoa.
They capped it.
That's crazy.
And tons of new players. A lot of people brought their friends, and it's just so good for growing the game.
I agree 100%.
You hear that, Borgata? Let's get one of these.
Yeah, let's do a tag team.
So Joel raised the button, and Max defended. Same hand. Ace-deuce for both.
Max holding that ace of clubs on the 2-club board.
Okay.
Check through the flop. I don't expect Max to stab at this. It's a better card for the pre-flop raiser.
I was thinking the same.
It's Joel's choice whether he wants to try to show down his ace or just try to end it now with a small bet.
And again, it has been his MO to try and take some smaller stabs at pots. I wouldn't be surprised if he stuck out 200,000 or 300,000 here. Or 250, 275, yeah. And there you go.
Done.
Gets it done.
No chop for you. Man, that masseuse is doing work.
Yes, she is.
That looks tiring.
I don't know. Yeah, it looks like a deep tissue massage. I don't know if if that would relax me at the table. Are you a massage at the table kind of person?
Only if really necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a couple, but like it's when I'm done. Like there was I made it deep in the ladies WPT 1K, and I had been like working events, and like I had a big ladies meetup game. I slept nothing. Like this was like it was the worst event to get chips in because I was like, I'm so tired. I'm indifferent to playing.
Oh yeah.
And I got a massage and it like helped because it was like so. It was just like it's okay. You almost have like the person being like, you can do it. It's a good petting you.
Just a constant pat on the back. You're going to be all
It
right.
honestly feels like that when you're
Yeah.
just feeling really crummy. So, like,
Yeah.
I see the purpose in it. It's strange when someone gets, like, the 12-hour massage. I'm like,
Right.
this poor woman.
My favorite one is the guys at WSOP that'll be playing like a $400 tournament and they're just getting a massage for
They
6
pay
hours.
$5K.
Yes, yeah, they paid $5K to get a massage during there.
Oh, man. Just go to the spa and lay down on a
boy.
table. It's great.
I just get super distracted.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All in.
Oh, look at
Okay.
this. Tony finds a spot.
$1,090,000.
I don't imagine this is going to get called. It's just a little bit too big, I think, for Joel to even call off with ace-5.
Definitely something to consider just with the positions and the fact that Joel knows his image right now. Like,
Right.
he's opened wide quite a bit.
1,000,000.
Definitely want to think about this one.
I know that you know that
Yeah.
I'm opening too wide.
I think I'd put this one in, to be honest.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
You can afford it, and you know that Tony's capable, and you have an ace in late position.
10 seconds.
Now he makes the folds.
Staying out of the weeds.
Gotta be close.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a snap fold or anything. It just felt like 1 million is 1/6.
Like, that's a big number.
Yeah,
1
that's
million.
a big old number.
I gotta say, with etiquette with massage too, when someone, if you're ever 10-handed, please don't get a massage.
Oh, yeah.
It is just like
Yeah,
brutal.
guys.
Already you're like sardines at a table, and
Guys,
then you
come on.
introduce another person.
100% with you on that one.
You could beat King Queen?
George and Joel up the top, pretty much tied.
I couldn't. That's good.
There is a little bit of incentive for Joel to just maintain that co-chip lead.
Sure.
And you don't want to be calling off too light because you start to like regress to the middle of the pack, and then you don't
Right.
get to really have your way with those middle
Sure.
stacks anymore. So that could be in his mind. I still think I would have called, but hey, I'm in the booth. This guy's out there winning 6 figures, so I'll let him do what he does.
Raise 200.
Tony with a dream start to the day so far.
Really is. And now he's just cruising. Gets a double, gets a jam through, raising out of the cutoff. I like it. I like what I'm seeing out of Tony.
Gets a light jam through versus the chip leader.
Yeah,
Like, that's it takes some guts.
That was Queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah.
We didn't really discuss that. That was a light jam. Yeah, he really found a spot there. Touche to you, Tony. So Carlos going to defend his big blind here with the Jack-9 offsuit. Could definitely make some hands. Flops top pair on 9-5 twos.
Toos. That's
Toos.
the cutest thing I've ever heard.
$165.
Tony going to continue in position. We're about 1.5 big blinds here, and Carlos certainly can't go anywhere, but yep, he is going to put in a pretty chunky check raise here with just top pair, and I like it. Yep, going to clear out a ton of equity right off the bat, find out where you're at. Nice hand, Carlos. No need to see a queen roll off on the turn there.
Okay, so let's talk about this hoodie in the left right now.
Guess we can't have fun anymore.
The issue with like having your like favorite lucky hoodie be like such an obvious one is like everyone knows you wore it for 4 days. Like if you want a lucky hoodie, go with like the plain black one, and people could be like, wow, maybe he just has a bunch of these.
Yeah, you know, maybe it's a good problem to have, though, right?
Definitely.
Justin's just making so many final tables. He's
For
just
sure.
got the same hoodie on every time. But I agree
Thanks
with
for
you.
sharing,
Yeah,
guys. Thank you. He said it was a mess.
Lucky Chewy does it
did not
too.
say
He's got that like green one he wears all the time.
yeah. I don't.
I changed the pillow.
Those, what are they called? Aviator Nation hoodies? Everybody seems to be wearing those
Oh, okay. I didn't
nowadays.
even, I'm so uncool. I didn't even know what it was.
That's what Chewy has, like 7 of them.
Okay. See, Tony switched to the BetMGM hat for extra luck. Pretty smart.
Yes. Yep. I like where your head's at.
Or maybe he was the guy who came in the booth over there and said, Jeremy rules, Jamie rules. So
Oh,
gave him one.
yeah, he might have gotten
him.
it. That's right. He may have gotten a hat
Has
from
that
Paul.
been collected yet?
I don't know. I hope not.
Like it is folded over to our blinds. Carlos with king 9 offsuit. Gonna limp.
Thank you.
Under queen deuce offsuit. It's gonna take it to the flop. Seven, 6, 3. Rainbow.
Check.
Andrew stabs and gets it done.
Nice hand, Andrew. I didn't get confirmation on, it appears everybody did get their time banks replenished.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about that yesterday a little bit because there were a couple players that were on literally their last time bank or didn't have any at all.
Interesting to have it be like each day you get them back. I would have thought it would be
like a certain,
like nine-handed or, yeah, like I understand when there's like a ton of people in the field, you just go, okay, next day you get yours back.
Well, like online, it's like every, call it 7th level, you get an extra
Something like that. Yeah, you get your 60
5.
seconds back.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, yeah, maybe if it's something like that, like if you get into the time bank portion, every 7th level or something. I obviously don't know what the number is, but
it must just be though at Borgata. It's just each new day, new time banks.
Yep.
It's easier. Like that's definitely easier for players to understand.
And to be honest with you, I think we only saw maybe one situation. The one guy the one guy named Chris had used his very last time bank and was short and was literally in a spot where he had to, was facing a jam and had 30 seconds to figure it out. But
Max in the hijack, raising up ace-10 of hearts. Carlos thinking about a light 3-bet perhaps, but he's going to let it go. Andrew in the small blind, though. A couple options on the table. I kind of like peeling queen jack of hearts here.
just such a pretty hand.
It's got some decent playability post-flop, even out of position. But he is reaching for a 3-bet. Going to put George in a really weird spot with his 10s in the big.
But George has already flatted a 3-bet in this pretty much this exact configuration and ended up winning the hand. So let's see what he thinks about this one.
If he 4-bets, he basically commits to Max's stack. But that is only 24 big blind stack. I wouldn't hate getting in 10s. It's gonna flat. Inviting Max in, but ace-10 suited with this action, I don't love it. He is getting a good price though. 4-1.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit of a scary hand facing a 3-bet from the small blind because you are going to be up against some dominating aces.
Right.
And then when George flats, like could be ace jack, ace queen there, you feel like you don't have a lot of clarity going forward.
The only time you feel good is if you just get all hearts on the flop. That's
Exactly.
the only, even if you hit an ace, you're like, I don't even know if this is
exactly.
good.
Like thinking about your path going forward in the
Right.
hand. One saving grace of this, though, is he's in position.
Yeah.
It's really important.
If the flop comes out all black cards, you're just pissed
Like,
that you even show. Yeah.
Yeah.
All in.
Oh,
Wow,
whoa.
let's go.
Queen Jack just hits a muck immediately, but
Tens?
tens?
It has something to think about.
Yeah.
It is 26 big blinds. You've stuck in about 6.
2.
Andrew's been an active 3-better.
And let's call a spade. George has played like he came to win.
Yeah.
That guy has been going after it. So I would not be surprised if the, you know, kind of the effort was announced and he just put him in.
Yes.
The other thing with George flatting here, like he does seem capped. He doesn't seem like he has a very good holding. So the opportunity for Max to just pick up dead money was presented to him. And so George has to think about that too. Like he's got a very good hand for how it appears he is, you know, like this doesn't look like it's as good as tens.
We saw him jam 4s over a 3-bet. Yeah,
he just says call. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're just Max is in a bad spot right now.
He's gonna need an ace or some hearts.
Saw 2 of those hearts, and those straight draws for Max hit the muck already.
Yeah. 6, 6, 7. No hearts for Max. He is going to need an ace and only an ace.
Or a 9.
Or a 9. Okay, never mind.
9 would chop. No, and gutsy play by Max. Didn't work out. George is just sticky and said, nope, not having it.
Max played excellent, though. We saw not only a bunch of, or not only one really, really interesting hand, but a bunch of really good plays by Max. He played excellent on this final table and the feature tables.
Gave himself a chance to win, honestly. Like, he's really aggressive.
Yep. Hey, man, still going to walk out with a very, very nice payday. But just like that, we are down to 6. Max going to bow out in 7th place for $46,360. Every player now locked up $58,317. Not a bad payday. And
Max is going to win a bracelet this summer.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm calling a mixed game bracelet. That's what I'm saying.
Fair
He's going to win a mixed game bracelet.
Come on, shit. No, that's not saying like he knows when to play.
Yeah, he just did a lot of cool things. He
Yeah.
was like really going for it and didn't seem afraid, wasn't that concerned with pay jumps.
I was super impressed with a few different plays he made. Yeah, he was playing really excellent.
And if George didn't flat such a good hand, like if George has 7s, like he just gets through and picks up a huge pot.
Yep.
Came high.
Heck, I mean, again, we just saw George flat a 3-bet with king-queen suited. I think if he has king-queen suited, even if he finds a call,
yeah, at least you're in good shape against that hand if he calls.
So, hey, tough timing for Max.
I want to know if we're allowed to move down a little bit.
Sorry about that.
I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know.
Players discussing wanting to spread out a bit. I think that production has a box assigned to them for the cards, so maybe on break they can without too much trouble.
And we did not mention it, but with that hand, George is now going to be your overwhelming chip leader. That should bring him well up above Joel.
Yeah, cameras are set up. Yeah, right.
Carlos with a pair in the hijack. He's going to raise it up.
Four point 4.3 ahead.
10 seconds. Call 2. Fold. 2 plays.
Joel in the small blind, going to have Carlos pipped by 1. But not an advantageous flop for either player's actual holding. Ace-4, queen, 2 clubs. Not the most welcome sight for 5s and 6s.
5.
Ace high board, good for the pre-flop raiser.
$175 fold.
Nice hand, Carlos.
Good pickup.
Make it 200 and put it in this one and in this one.
Tony in that danger zone again, dipping below that 10 big blind mark. But as I was mentioning, George Kane, 99 big blinds. Our new chip leader at the table.
Yeah. Credit to Tony, though, sticking around, making these K jumps.
Man.
He's been short. He was
Yeah.
shorter than Teapot, and he was shorter than Max, and
Yep.
he's made both those jumps. Max's play, his jam with the ace-10 of hearts there was even gutsier considering Tony's so short.
Right. Yeah. He may have been working off of the ICM is for poor people
Yeah.
kind of mindset there, and I don't blame him. I like it.
Seconds. Fold.
Still getting after it with the Doyle.
I'm going to be very excited for
Go,
you
Joel.
when you use the talk back. I felt your pain yesterday.
Yeah. I definitely let the pain be known. I was pitching up.
I mean, I get it. You had a big stack and you couldn't think of anything.
The guy who got knocked out yesterday, who's on your left, can't remember his name. See him.
Twan.
Shoved him. I mean, like, I just, with 2 seconds left, I was like, fuck, I call. Like,
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like,
8s to 10s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two.
I was at the table.
I might have called anyway, but like, just didn't feel good when it.
No. You're making a fucking...
Except that was the only one that bothers me still. So.
Not the one where they showed you the bluff?
I blocked that one. Remember?
Fold.
I like the thing that happens at most final tables I've called where there reaches a point where like everyone's kind of happy with how much money they've made and they start to chill a little bit
Yep.
and then like conversation comes back again.
Yep.
You never, 9-handed no. It's like
Nope.
you hear a pin drop. But now you feel people like loosen up a little bit.
Sure.
I don't think Justin said 2 words yesterday and he's having a little conversation with Carlos
Yep.
now.
Yeah, things start to clear up a little bit when you look up at those payouts and you see that
Yeah.
you've got 58K locked up. You know what I
They're
mean?
like, hey guys, what's
yeah.
up? It's just a rich guy club. Now.
Right. We're all going to be able to eat at the steakhouse after this, you know? Justin getting a little bit trappy here with the king-jack offsuit in the small blind. Only had to get through Carlos, but I assume he's going to go ahead and want to see a flop, and he does.
Two players.
And Justin going to flop the best of it, but Carlos going to get a pair on this board too. Queen, jack, 8.
Check.
Justin with middle pair. Carlos with bottom pair.
100.
Made a flush there, huh, George? Think go over bet it. 1.8, yeah, maybe.
Carlos going to stab, but Justin not going to go anywhere quite yet.
6 to 9 was probably right.
Pretty good turn card for Justin, actually. probably feeling a little bit better about middle pair, but the diamonds might not be the most welcome sight for either player.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
I prefer in Justin's spot to have a block sizing here.
Yeah.
Like 150 is even fine. Get a little bit of value out of like the ace highs.
Sure.
I would not go large.
Going like 220, I think that is. And snap
Pretty
call.
good.
Yep.
The snap call, cross the boat. Small pot. Those chips much more important to Justin's stack than Carlos's, though. It's a rough river.
No, over there.
As I think back, do you realize all the crazy folds we saw yesterday?
There were a lot.
We saw a boat get folded on the river twice. We saw the one with Gia, and we saw what was the other one?
Oh, he made the straight and the
flush.
Well, maybe I can't think of the other one. But regardless, we saw still recovering from yesterday, guys.
Oh, understandable.
But we saw Gia fold that.
Kings versus aces pre-flop.
Oh yeah, Kings versus aces pre-flop. Teapot folding the kings on the river to Max's jam.
That was crazy.
George check raising river with just a pair of eights against the nut straight of
with a spade blocker.
With a spade. I mean, it is just,
yeah.
Gosh, we saw some good hands yesterday.
Ace-king folding when George's fours just find a way in there with no fold equity. I was like, what? And that would have changed everything. George would have been out. Teapot would have picked up a huge stack. Max probably would still be here because he wouldn't have gotten brutalized.
Yep. Oh, man. So Tony going to commit about 75% of his stack here. And Justin going to wake up with a better queen on the button.
Yeah, 16 big blinds. This is a spot where you have to just decide if you're trying to make pay jumps or trying to win the tournament. Ace-queen is such a good hand.
Let's go, Justin.
Yeah.
He just puts it in.
He calls the 700.
Oh, did he call? I'm sorry. I thought
it's similar.
Yeah.
If it went like jam, 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 you could fold and make a couple pay jumps.
For some reason, I thought I heard him say all in, but
gotcha.
Yeah.
So Tony in rough shapes, they need to catch a king. 8-3 deuce. This is where you say small in.
All in.
Small in.
Yeah. Makes the call and
ace queen.
Justin lets out a big
10%.
sigh when he sees he's not up against a pair. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Tony's going to need a king. And it does not come.
Nice game, Tony.
well played. A nice short stack ninja by Tony, really giving himself a chance to make extra money.
Tony played excellent. If you remember, he really just had that one bad hand with queens versus jacks that he lost a huge portion of his stack. Before that, he was cruising. He was playing well. Yeah, he just really lost one big flip that kind of left him short. And, it was tough to recover. But yeah, I thought Tony played excellent.
He got basically double the amount of money as his expectation. I'm pretty sure that he was 9 of 9.
He easily could have been right up above Stanton on this board, but instead
he scooped an extra 29K. From the start of the final table.
Sometimes folding makes you money.
But
here we are, 5th place. Every player at this table locking up $74,000. Man, like you said, it must be nice sitting there knowing that we got a year's salary just hanging out up on the screen.
You're such a reasonable person. I was just like, wow, cool, you free-rolled into the summer.
I say year's salary, you say year's worth of buy-ins, whatever works, you know.
Just in that mindset right now.
Right. No, I'm with you. Joel gonna get another pair here.
All right. Carlos Carlos is ready to play some poker now.
Come on, Carlos.
It's like, I made the pay jumps I'm interested in. Let's mess with the chip leader.
Let's go, my man. I like this a lot.
Yeah, he goes for a very, very small 3-bet.
That is a very small 3-bet, though. You are right. Yeah, if we're 5s, we...
Oh, yeah, you get the price right now.
Yeah, you have to peel.
Call. 2 players.
Queen 9-7. Power of aggression from Carlos. This is a bad board for Joel, and I think chucking out a little c-bet should get the job done.
10. $325.
For 1/3 pot. Nice. More like Carlos.
Thank you.
I think that might be a bit of an exaggeration.
I know. I'm proud of him, though, because he's really been playing tight, solid poker, and, like, just getting a little out of line here and there is going to serve him well. He sits 3rd in chips.
Does it go off here?
I have not had an actual conversation with Carlos, but I saw him conversating with a bunch of guys at the table talking about his kids and stuff like that. He seems like...
He's really nice.
Yeah, real good dude.
What?
Fold.
Yeah, I'm making it way bigger.
Guys, let us know in the chat who you are rooting for.
Are you guys rooting for us? We're trying our best.
Stephanie saying, let's go, Carlos, in the chat. Maricruz saying, let's go, bro. His last name's Aliverdo, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's a family member. Lewis also shouting out the praises of Carlos. You got some love in the chat, my man.
George with the mystery end. Oh, dealer's getting on him right now. Put those cards in the box.
Get in there. Joel going to flop a flush draw.
And check back.
Moving him.
He is now not the covering stack anymore, so maybe he's looking to take a little lower variance route, but I like this.
250.
Small bet. Come on, George. Check raise and then have the cards come up, and it's just some wild hand. That's what I'm looking for.
Andrew, how much are you playing? Do you know?
What's up?
Do you know how much you're playing right now?
I think like 3.3.
Okay, cool. I think I'm playing like 2.
Why? What about you?
I'm gonna go
Alright,
just call.
So George has a piece of this. I just wonder how big this piece is.
I'm interested. Ooh.
Absolutely. Check.
Blind versus blind, limp pot. Small blind tends to have more aces in their range. They got some traps that big blind just won't have.
Yeah, 3.4.
What's up?
Like 3.4 basically.
Okay, thank you.
Gotta know you're not gonna win with 7 high, but do you want to bluff at
Kind
this?
of annoying to have 2 diamonds in your hand, though.
Yeah,
750.
definitely.
But he goes for a really large size. He's going to represent that ace.
Wow.
Just about full pot. From George's expression, I want to think he has a 10. Feels very much like a 10 situation.
1.7.
Oh, it's an ace.
7 raised. Fold.
Yep.
750.
So I think what's going on right now, George's chips are kind of in that box. I'm wondering if it's messing with the reader.
Very possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm keeping cards with your chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, Tony.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Did you get some rest?
As best as I could. No complaints, though. Honestly, dealers are such pros. They also are working on little sleep. Their shift last night was super long, 16 hours. So I want to give them thanks as well for turning up.
Yep.
And pay attention to how quick you're going to see these hands get out. These dealers are hand shuffling every hand, and they are getting hands out quickly. They have really been spectacular in the box over the past couple days. Shout out to all the excellent dealers here at Borgata. Oh, this is nice. A lot of folks in the chat telling us who they're rooting for. Steve says Andrew. We're rooting for Joel from Florida, says Kaylee. A lot of fans of Carlos. And then right down at the bottom, Poker.org mentioned we're rooting for Jamie Kerstetter. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Some days I need it, you know? Some days I just need someone to root for me in the chat.
Yeah, sometimes I need somebody to root for me in the chat, too.
For you.
Thanks, Jamie.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
it. Gosh.
They're still salty that yesterday you said that if you won a lot of money, you'd quit.
I didn't say that. I didn't. No. It wasn't that. I said if I have a really bad summer, you'll find me. You'll find me
yes.
at the.
You'll be
Borgata
grinding
Poker
the
Open.
Borgata
Yeah.
100 Days of Summer. You'll
Right.
be playing a bunch of 200s, and
Yes.
Poker.org's gonna have to figure out how to go on without you. I think they might be a little mad about that. So blind versus blind battle, and Joel's gonna raise up the king deuce offsuit from the small, and Justin with aces in the big blind, 26 big blinds. $26 bigs, you can still find a raise size, yeah. I think when you start to get to around 20 big blinds, you just want to trap with them and make sure that you at least catch a c-bet from your opponent. But 26 is a little too much.
Yeah.
Gonna raise and take it down.
I still can't believe we had aces versus kings yesterday and didn't even see a flop.
Yeah, and
That was wild.
I try really hard to be unbiased in the booth. Obviously, there's some people you root for a little bit, but I was just rooting for bust outs because we were so tired.
What?
And so I saw the kings. I'm like, well, okay. I'm like, we're going to at least go to sleep. And then it didn't happen. I was like, oh, man. I'm like, nothing against George. But I was like, come on, dude.
Right.
It's
Right.
3:30 in the morning, and you're finding hero folds correctly. It's honestly impressive. I mean, just knowing that they were way more exhausted than we were.
Yeah.
And he's coming up with like a fold that a well-rested person can't make most of the time.
Right. Yeah. Kudos to George. Never fun to fold kings pre-flop, but he, in the rare case, made the absolute right decision doing that. So I'm just selfish and wanted blood.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Accidental Grenade in the chat saying, really appreciate these streams. Great content to have on in the background for an afternoon sweat. We appreciate you being in the chat, my man. And we really appreciate the Borgata putting on these awesome streams. And shout out to Guerrilla Gaming for this awesome production as well. It's been awesome so far.
It's my favorite night in to just have a stream on that I'm like somewhat interested in, and I'm like listening to it while I play online. That's the perfect day.
Perfect day.
Joel raised up the button with 7-5 of diamonds. Carlos defended big blind with ace deuce offsuit. Ace king 10, rainbow 1 diamond. Carlos is gonna likely check call this c-bet from Joel. 6 calls. 6 of clubs. 6 checks. Does Joel want to continue his ruse? He does not. And Joel's been knocked down quite a bit, 4.5 million.
Yeah, I actually
Over
just
7
noticed
from
that
the
too.
start.
Right.
And we have a 4-liner on board now. I think Joel is probably pretty finished with this hand, but may want to bluff at this now.
C1 bets 850.
Yeah, and he goes for a healthy size. Carlos does not love it. Left with nothing but a bluff catcher.
You lose to basically all other aces short of like ace-5 or less.
And with this bet sizing, Joel is saying I have a queen.
Right.
Or I got nothing. Or I got 7-5 of diamonds.
L in the chat says, grow up, Jeremy. I bought you donuts. Yes, you did, L.
Aw.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Makes the laydown. Well played, Joel. It did have that feeling of I'm done with this hand. And then the perfect river card to bluff comes out. And look at that table. It's Joel versus the world. Everybody on one side.
Solid bluff there, Joel. Solid bluff.
He's in second place, basically tied with Carlos George, though, our chip leader. Huge stack, 10.9 million. And nobody short.
No. Yeah, I was just mentioning this to you earlier. When they were 11-handed, the average stack was still 43 big blinds.
Oh yeah, this is why we were there till 3:30 in the morning.
These guys were and are deep, very deep.
Yeah, there's no complaining about this structure.
No. Yeah, if you wanted to get to a final table and actually play some poker, not just flip for the win, this is the one. And the heater continues. Joel waking up with a good one in the cutoff.
$205.
Yeah,
05.
205.
Carlos deciding if he wants to get in the mix. Ace-8 offsuit. 3-bet candidate.
Raises 434.
455.
455.
And that is tiny, tiny. So he's 3-betting out of position, just basically smallest I've seen in my whole life. You'd be more likely to see like 800, 850, sometimes larger.
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen him put in a pretty small 3-bet.
Last one was in position. I didn't hate it. He was on the button. It looked very strong. This one, though, you're incentivizing a competent opponent who's in position against you to put chips in.
And if you saw, Joel just went for a pretty quick 4-bet and just immediately took it down.
Makes the 4-bet very cheap as well.
Yeah.
Kind of entices it.
Carlos on the button with the Queen-Jack suited.
C6 raises 215.
Comes in for the raise, 250. 215. And George with a very defendable hand, possibly even a 3-bettable hand.
calls, 215.
You're going to want to see a flop. We're going to see 3 here.
2 players.
Five, 3, 7 rainbow. No luck for either player. Backdoor hearts for Carlos, 2 overs. Check, check.
I like to check back a lot. It's more of a big blind kind of flop than button.
8 folds.
Sounds good.
Board pairs on the turn. Carlos puts out a small bet, and he's going to take it
And they're
down.
playing so fast, the graphics can't even keep up.
Yeah, they are.
Good thing we didn't get to the river.
Tell him I bet 5,000.
I hope you guys get Carlos said he was going to bet 5,000. Seed 8 folds.
5,000 is illegal, but
Oh my gosh. Why would you make me say that? You big fan. Silly. You tested me already. I just got here. We just got here. Five folds. Six folds. Raise 7, raises 225. Seat 8.
Andrew on the button with some good-looking cards here. Queen 10 suited is going to be good enough to come in for a raise, and it's going to take it down.
This one. Yeah, please, thank you.
We're going to have to get caffeinated on this next break.
Yep.
I only had a small cup of coffee this
Same
morning.
thing, and it was so long ago.
Yeah.
It was like 8 in the morning. It's not going to cut it today.
I have to use the bathroom. I'm going to ask him to take time out for me.
I love when players whisper, but they have a mic on.
Right.
I heard a couple, oh man,
to know what
some
the
serious carnage. Like
I have an ace.
somebody went to their rail
Bad one.
to like talk
probably good
serious
to
trash,
Oh, no.
and it just wasn't silenced in time, and I was like,
King,
ooh.
Jack, and the
Yeah.
Raises 225.
So any combo hand has me beat. I wanted to call. I could play a better spot. What?
All right, so we got a good one here. Joel's going to raise up the small blind with the king jack suited. Justin in the big blind with the ace
I am
king.
special, but not that special.
And this won't be the first 3-bet. He's put in blind versus blind against Joel. So let's see how Joel responds with a lot more hand than the last time.
Call. So you want to call 650?
Joel going to come along here. Deuce 7-4. Not the action flop we were looking for.
Check. 2-1 checks.
We'll see if Justin wants to continue here.
As the pre-flop 3-better, he is
240.
going to at least stab at this. Hope that his opponent whiffed.
Which Joel did, but as the 3-bet taller, I have to assume that this would favor his range a slight
would
bit
think
more.
so,
But blind
but
versus blind is weird.
I would think so, but Justin still does have all the big pairs in his
Sure,
range, and
right,
Joel
right,
just really
right.
doesn't.
10 seconds.
So Joel could have a couple traps up his sleeve.
Raise it. C1 raise
Yeah,
it.
There you go.
75.
Saying I
Nice
have,
spot for some aggression.
yeah, I have the nut advantage on this board. I have the covering stack.
Yeah, and he's like, Justin, if you have aces or kings, you're gonna have to show me them.
Yep.
10 seconds.
Not a fun spot for
No.
ace king, blind versus blind.
It's brutal. Yeah, this is definitely one I'd want to think on.
Time extended.
It's hard to be this heroic.
All in.
Oh,
wow,
let's
sick.
go, Justin.
Really
Let's
awesome.
go.
Hollywood.
That's like, that is honestly like pure playing the player, just reading the situation.
That was an excellent.
Knowing,
Excellent.
knowing that Joel's capable and just saying, I hope this is one of those times. And if not, you know, if your opponent has something, like ace or king hits once in a while.
Right. But yeah, that was
With very little fold equity. I mean, that was
Yeah.
pretty sick.
really good flop 3 bet there. Nice, nice job, Justin, seriously. Matt Campbell in the chat coming up with a new nickname, Justy Steelstones, for old Justin Baseman.
One. Calls 100.
Justin with a couple Broadway cards in the small blind, gonna limp, and Carlos
C6 check.
just gonna be content to see a flop with Jack 10. A lot of good hands we can make.
I'd be content to not play any blind versus blind hands versus Justin after I just saw that.
Yeah,
Sick animal.
true.
Check. 6 bets 100. Five calls 100.
Justin not going anywhere with his king high.
5 checks.
There's the turn.
Six bets 625.
Carlos gonna stab here.
Second stab a little more believable than the first.
Yeah.
But not to Justin. He's
Yeah.
gonna call again with king high.
Wow.
10 for both players now. Justin with the check mark.
5 checks. 6 checks.
I got a 10.
What do we have?
Me too.
Depends with a king. Seat 5 shows 10 to the
Carlos got the showdown value he was looking for, but unfortunately Justin is gonna have him pipped.
I wish I didn't make anything. I wish I didn't make anything. I would have.
So George still our overwhelming chip leader right now after winning that big all-in against Max. A lot of rags getting placed around here. Not too many hands for anybody to really get involved with. Carlos is just going to fold his small blind, and Andrew's going to get a walk.
No, I'm the guy who
Easy
won.
game. Did you see a friend?
Oh my God, like one of my favorite people in the world.
Yeah?
Coming back to Borgata is so nice. I'm like out of breath. I like ran down the escalator and back up. Patty Haggerty's here with Carlos, his wife.
Oh,
wedding
nice, nice.
I need a breather.
Yes, please. Yeah, you guys couldn't see it, but in a matter of like 2 seconds, I looked over and Jamie had literally jumped out of the booth to go track down Patty. So, Patty, I have not met you, but you must be quite an awesome human being for
Dude,
Jamie to have that side of reaction.
I haven't seen her in, I want to say, a decade, and
Really?
we were roommates in Brigantine. Awesome person.
Let's go.
She ended up having a kid. She's a single mom,
Yeah.
hardest working person. Haven't seen her in a decade.
That's awesome. I'm so glad you called her.
So she's out here supporting Carlos.
Let's go. The whole family's back. Joel going to raise it up under the gun with the ace-3 suited. Same thing. Nobody has anything to fight back with. He's going to pick up a small one.
Man, that brings back such memories. We were such little Borgata grinders. Like I just remember every session counted. We're trying to grind up bankrolls.
Yeah.
Both of us come back either like super happy, super sad, like bankroll of like $8,000,
Right.
making sure to pay rent and everything
Oh,
with it.
yeah.
And like, yeah,
Like
that
real
was it, yeah,
grinders.
really grinding,
Yeah,
like really
yeah.
trying to see if poker is viable or not,
Yeah.
or if we're gonna get jobs. But man, brings back memories. I love being back here.
Yeah, and I bet
Yeah.
you can look back on that time really fondly now, you
Sure.
know? Obviously had a lot of success in this industry.
Very
and,
emotional to play
like,
poker
yeah.
when you're like really struggling.
Heck yeah, it's tough. It's not easy to play poker when you're doing well. So, yeah. All right, we got another blind versus blind scenario here. A couple of big stacks at the table. George, our chip leader. We going head to head with Joel now. King, Jack, 10, 2 hearts. Not a great board for either player, but Joel, backdoor hearts, and a gut shot. Ooh, and those hearts come, that heart draw comes right in on the turn. Just gonna bet 250, get it done.
How'd it feel using the time bank or time chip over there? As advertised?
Happy you got rid of Tony. Huh? Happy you got rid of Tony. He's good. I'm happy you got Tony. He's good. Very good.
Yeah, he's tough. I doubled him like towards the end of the day yesterday before the final table went out. I was not happy about it because he's tough.
We got a very special family member in the chat, Zahara.
He just won 300.
Joel's daughter is in the chat following along. He
Nice.
wanted to get a shout out there.
How old did he say?
I don't know how old, but I can tell you he was, he had a look in his eye. He was very excited to hear that she was following along. Shout out to Sahara.
Every time I see someone's like little daughter, I'm like, I'll teach you to play poker. We need more women to play, and I think people hesitate to teach little girls poker. It's crazy. Fun game.
I may be slightly proud that, yeah. Hold on one sec. All right, Zahara's 18, so we're gonna have her in the casino playing.
Or we're gonna send her to Turning Stone to cut her teeth before she comes to Borgata.
There you go. But no, maybe I'm slightly proud that when my excuse me, niece and nephew were asking to learn chess, and I was like, no, we can learn poker instead,
Yeah,
for
let's
sure.
go. Corrupt them.
Right.
It's just a limp pot, blind versus blind. Check through the flop. And Justin ends up turning open-ender, betting and getting through. I used to stream for a brief time, and when I was sponsored by Borgata, this was like maybe like 8 years ago, maybe more. And my nephew was so tiny, and he just wanted to watch, so he would sometimes just be on my stream.
Yeah.
He'd be like sitting like literally on my shoulder on the couch, and all he knew were that the cards that were letters were good.
Yeah.
So if I ever like folded a letter card, he's like, "What are you doing?" And like, if I just listened to that strategy, I'd be the most aggressive player in the world.
Oh,
like, oh,
man.
I got a cue.
I kind of like where this is going, actually. We need to get him to. Can we get a solver based off of his ranges?
Letter card's good. That was just like the easiest way to teach a kid.
Can you see it?
Yeah. So one raise is 200. C5.
Joel gonna bump it up on the button here. King, queen, offsuit. More than enough hand to get after it. Carlos in the big blind. King, deuce. Not quite pretty enough to put in any more chips. He's gonna make the fold. Joel gonna pick up another one. If you guys are curious about what any of the payout structures look like, or if you're looking for live updates on this event or any other events from the Borgata Spring Poker Open, please make sure you go check out poker.org, the official media partner of the Borgata Spring Poker Open, poker.org. Looks like we might have a little graphics delay here. Here we go.
Well, let's see. Yes, sir. We're going and after.
He didn't do that.
Oh, gosh. 2 players, heads up.
All right, I think this is just a blind versus blind limp pot here. Queen 3-3. Not too much for either player there.
Excuse me.
Seven bet 200, 6 folds. I don't know why I think blue chips aren't clicking on my brain.
Andrew gonna take a stab in position, take it down. Nice hand, bud. Andrew had quite a bit of love in the chat yesterday. We found out that Andrew started the poker club at his high school, and he seemed to carry that right into his adult years, as he is just playing for a cool $347,000 right now.
And looking at these chip counts, George has double the next stack.
Yeah.
We'll be able to open up pretty soon. Right now, though, the structure's so good, they're all so deep, you can't really impose your will, even with double second place stack. Like, there's just no one short.
Yeah, it's really interesting how the chip distribution has changed. George obviously getting that big double up. He came in as the second in chips to Joel. Joel now drops down to third, and Justin Baseman up into second. So chips have been moving hands, guys. We are seeing some deep stack poker here at this final table.
Justin earning those chips.
Oh, yeah.
Just really sick 3-bet rip with ace-king high on a bad board for him.
Such a good hand. or such a good find by Justin to make that bet.
I'm gonna do that and just like run into a set.
Same.
Like I'll get it in my head like, yeah, this is gonna work.
Same.
Oh, all right, well, my day's over.
Mine'll be worse. I'll do it correctly when the guy has a combo draw and he'll call
He'll
off and
just
still
get
hit.
there.
Yeah. I'm never like that. I never complain about what happens. But.
So Joel raises pre-flop,
Here we go.
and George defends king 8-5, a king for both players. Joel with the best of it.
Probably had maybe Jonathan.
And we've seen George check raise top pair, but he seems to be content with just coming along.
Stay in line.
Ace of spades on the turn. Not a fantastic card for George. Joel might not be stoked about it, but he is holding the jack of spades there too. He's going to be content with checking back. 3 of hearts rolls off on the river, and yeah, I can't imagine George is going to be going for any extra value here. They're just going to go check.
One shows carrot kings.
And the king is going to be good.
Action-killing turn card for
Yeah.
sure.
But Joel going to get some chips in the process nonetheless.
Good job.
Super Scratcher says Justin's going to win. Dr. Dog Truck says, let's go, Andrew. A lot of Carlos love in the chat. I'm glad everybody's getting their support today. 212 people watching right now.
What do you have now, like 5?
Appreciate you guys tuning in. We are 5-handed here down at the Borgata. These guys playing for $347,000. Let me see what they got locked up already.
I'm like so spoiled. King 10 doesn't really make the cut.
I had Jack 10. It's the only hand that
Playing
beats
for
you that you don't open.
$347.
It's not
These
like-
guys have already locked up
It's the only hand that beats you that you don't open.
$74,979. So essentially everybody at this table has already locked up $75,000.
I didn't realize like they
Woo.
were attacking that.
This is a big one.
How long are we to the coffee break?
We should be about 15 minutes out,
Okay,
I think.
I can do it.
I can do it too, but if I fall asleep, I'm going to need you to hold it for me.
Yeah.
hold down the fort for me.
I really need a bathroom break. No, I told myself not today. I can't do it. Fucking a maniac yesterday. Slept 3 hours yesterday.
Carlos, we hear you, my man. I'm sure you're not the only
But I
one that
needed more
got
'cause I slept
not
4
enough
the night
sleep.
before.
You're playing like 3.6 million? Nothing?
Yeah, about.
Thank you.
Mary didn't let me.
I'm doing
She woke
terrible
me up with
things
the
to my
kids.
body on this trip. I took the red eye also, so like my Fitbit recorded 0 minutes of sleep
Oh,
that
no.
night.
Oh,
and
no.
then worked that day with you, and then went to bed at 6:15 p.m. I think as soon as we're done, I was in bed, slept 10 hours, woke up, did all, and then last night I think I got 4 hours. But it's just like my body's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what is going on here? Not to mention you're 3 time zones over trying to figure this all out. Yeah, yep.
It feels like the old days though. Like
Yeah.
when that was what. That's what everyone's like, though, I think, in their 20s. Like, you go play a poker session. If it's good, you just stay. And then you're like, oh, it's 8 a.m. I'm walking out. The sun's hurting my eyes. Like,
I had a long period of time where I was working a job,
waking up at 11:45,
third shift,
like a
and then I would
boss.
go to Rivers, Philadelphia. I would play till 6 o'clock on my days off because I wanted to keep the same schedule. I'd go to Rivers, Philadelphia. I'd play till 6 o'clock in the morning when Johnny Hots opened up, which is the the breakfast joint right across the street, and I would go eat breakfast and go home. That was like my schedule every day.
It feels so wrong to like wander out of a casino and see the sun.
Oh man,
It was always such a surprise too. I'm like, I forgot how hours work.
Right. And then if you've been to the Borgata and you know how this ballroom is, they have these really, they're cool. They're actually really, really cool, but it's these big windows that actually aren't windows at all. It's just lighting behind curtains that makes it
look like daylight.
It looks exactly like it's daylight upstairs.
Very trippy at 2 in the morning to walk into that room from the booth, and I'm like, oh, it's day in here.
Yep.
So Joel finds a raise with ace-5 offsuit from the button. Justin is going to 3-bet the king-jack offsuit. Should chase Carlos out of the big blind with his 9-7 suited. And Joel already hitting the muck.
Yep.
Don't want no smoke.
Justin earning those chips again, finding some aggressive lines and getting the dividends. George Kane still our chip leader, 96 big blinds. Justin Vaseman right behind with 53. Joel, not a small stack at all, 51 bigs. Carlos at 41, and Andrew, our shortest stack, but 39 big blinds is not a short stack at all. So quite a bit of poker.
We need
left
to just
be
throw
played.
someone in there with like 5 big blinds, mix it up.
I'm down.
Do you want to get in there?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Alright,
if I could be that person, I'd appreciate it. George with a nice hand under the gun, but he's going to let it go.
Oh, Joel, you dirty rat. Oh, dirty. I almost missed it, too.
I'm not sure what hand they're watching, but they're playing.
You dirty rat, he says.
Yeah, they're playing the live stream on the big screen inside the room, so the players are watching on a 30-minute delay, and I don't know what hand Carlos just saw, but he very, very playfully said, "You dirty rat," you know, just joking around. I love it. But he's going to raise the small blind here and get it through against a very poor holding of Andrew. Nice hand, Carlos.
Good bet. My buddy said call.
We could create some real chaos and just change the cards that are being shown.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it. Just specifically on the screens inside of the room, just put some really wild stuff up there. Ooh. Justin hasn't seen a pair that he doesn't want to open. And he does, but Carlos gonna wake up with the real ones. Pocket kings on the button.
We've seen some really small 3-bets from him. Let's see if he finds another one.
Raises.
Yeah, this is a little baby.
Yep.
Gonna clear the blinds. And Justin's gonna get a really nice price to try to set minus 5s.
That right there is 3.
C5 calls, 475.
And Justin is going to come along here. We're going to see a flop. Ooh.
Ace, king, 8. Carlos loves that board. Just hoping Justin has a good ace.
Praying Justin has an ace.
6 checks.
Checks. Gonna boat up on the turn, but short of finding a 5 on the river,
And not a whole lot should go in.
right. I think you got to go for some value here, though. Maybe
Yeah,
a
I
small size.
I would say I would like a small bet, excuse me, small bet turn and small bet river based on aces chopping with each other. Like you might have heard from ace king pre,
Right.
expect the 4-bet. But there's a lot of other aces in Justin's range that would really like that turn card.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I like the small bet. I assume he would have gone for small on the river too.
Yep. Justin just unfortunately doesn't have anything to really be able to continue in a 3-bet pot with, so.
Button's right, right?
Buttons go to your small blind. Thank you.
You'll be happy you missed.
Huh?
You'll be happy you missed.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have checked again.
I didn't go all in on your proof.
Oh. You got tens?
Huh?
Tens?
No, I shouldn't have gone all in with the hand.
Oh, okay.
I just think- I saw you king 8 suit up. Heart.
Kayla in the chat saying, Joel got the lucky Crocs on. Whoop, whoop, bring it home, baby. She also giving us some love, saying the announcers are doing an awesome job keeping us entertained. We appreciate you.
Thanks for hanging out in the chat.
Yeah, we're having fun in here. These guys are playing for a lot of money, and they've been mixing it up. They have given us a ton to be excited about, so we appreciate this table mixing it up. All right, Carlos going to wake up in the cutoff with a pretty suited ace. He's going to take it up top, but Joel going to see a pair of 10s in the big blind, and let's see if he wants to go ahead and put more money in the pot right now.
He's going to disguise the strength of his hand a little bit with just a flat.
Yeah.
2 players.
King 8-4 rainbow.
1 checks. 6 checks.
Gonna
Check, check.
Yeah.
1 checks.
I assume Carlos is trying to get to showdown, but I think at some point Joel's going to want to put a little bit of money in. This is a good spot. Double paired board, charge that ace high.
Yep. And yep, got to call it off.
What do we have, guys? C1 shows pair of 10s.
Hey, Joel got a little value. Carlos probably lost the minimum. No harm, no foul. Nice hand, fellas.
Do the yellows? Oh, you do.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Oh, no, no.
I'm over.
I just,
I don't know why I put him there. I thought you were talking to me.
As we look at the chip counts here, George Kane still sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Andrew Vore, 36 bigs, but not a short stack at all, even though he is the shortest at this table. All right, here we go, guys.
You want blood.
He does do a breaking too.
But there's still 36 big blinds deep.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
I'm
see some
small.
post-flop play.
C6 raises 200.
Carlos going to take it upstairs with the suited variety of the ace-jack. But Andrew, next to act with the ace-queen.
Raises 550.
We go with a slightly more standard 3-bet sizing, 550 from the cutoff.
I'm waiting for Carlos to be like, why so much?
Yeah. What are you doing? You didn't see what I
didn't know those.
What, are you afraid of the flop?
Come on.
Ace jack suited. I lean towards a call.
10 seconds.
$1.5.
Raises.
Ooh.
Oh,
C6
baby,
raises
this could get.
1.5.
This is a pretty gross spot for Andrew.
anytime you get 4-bet and you're holding ace-queen, it just doesn't feel good. I don't care if it's suited. It's just, as soon as I found out it was called the parking lot hand, I immediately...
Oh, we are 5-handed, though. This is a low jack raise, right?
Yeah. And Carlos opened under the gun, too. This just looks so strong.
Excuse me, high jack raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you start looking at it as hijack rather than under the gun, you realize 5-handed, like this.
Right.
I am not folding ace queen suited. If I was going to fold it to anyone, it would be Carlos, though. Like, I think he's a very reasonable player, and he's not getting out of line too much. So you kind of know that this 4-bet is a value hand, but as we see here, Andrew beats this one value.
Right, right.
But you're not doing great against all of the other ones.
Yeah, in general, this is just kind of wonky. You know, I don't necessarily think Carlos probably even thinks he's light here. He's just happens to have a dominant
Yeah, he makes
hand.
the fold.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
I wouldn't have done that with ace-jack suited, honestly. I think I would either ace-jack offsuit hits the muck, ace-jack suited I'd probably peel.
Yeah.
And you're plenty deep to play post, but Carlos's way got the best hand to fold.
Nice hand,
quickly.
Carlos, yeah.
Thank God.
And I don't blame Andrew either. There's,
No, I
you
mean,
know,
you're not
better
beating very
spots.
much.
No.
You're looking at an opponent that you don't think bluffs that
Chad,
often.
suit,
Yeah.
bro.
And
fucking-
he has the only hand that's a value raise that you beat. So ace queen suited mucking is not that
I know you
crazy.
do.
Just he's not gonna be happy when he sees that one.
Andrew seems like a sharp kid. Obviously, he didn't watch 12 hours of stream back last night, but I'm sure he had some friends telling him some maybe player profiles as to what happened throughout the day. And Carlos has played absolutely fantastic, but he's a little bit on the tighter side. So when you get 4-bet from, you know, when you're in position to get 4-bet from the out of position player, it doesn't feel fun.
What are we taking the blues out?
Yellow, blues, adding more yellow. 6 folds, break time. Yeah, we're done. Thank you, guys.
Joe going to pick up a small one there.
Looks like we are going to head into a 15-minute break. We're gonna get some caffeine in us.
Yes.
And then come back. Don't go anywhere.
We'll see you guys in a minute.
All right, it has all come down to this, the final table at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship, powered by BetMGM Poker. From 689 entries to our final 6.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, all season long. Come out swinging with picks and parlays and turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
We are back, guys. Borgata Spring Poker Open Championship final table. We're looking at the chip counts here. 5 remaining. George Kane, our current chip leader. Joel sitting right behind with 48 big blinds. Carlos with 43. Justin with 38. And Andrew Vore sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment with 26 big blinds. But as all of you very rightly know, that is plenty of room to make some moves. And Andrew has been very, very good on our table so far, so we will see how he wants to mix it up, but we are going to jump right back into the action. These guys got about 15 minutes, and Jamie and I got
I have a lineup of beverages. I got a Smart Water, a sugar-free Red Bull, a black coffee. What are you working with?
I have a latte and a mixed fruit bowl, so we're gonna get after it. Get a little healthy in me and some caffeine.
Good luck, guys.
And you were on 3.
Didn't have much to say.
I know we mentioned it yesterday, but Mama Kerstetter's coming into town. You guys gonna hang out a little bit?
Yep. She's on her way now.
Happy
She's
Mother's
from
Day.
about 2 hours south. Yeah, when this stream's over, probably do a little bit of blackjack and go to some kind of nice dinner.
Let's go, let's go.
She always visits me for a week in Vegas also, like, in the thick of it. It'll be, like, day 1 of the main where I'm playing, and she'll come, like, rail day 1, and I'll win, like, a completely insignificant, like, 3 big blinds. Yay!
Let's go. That's my girl.
Yeah, which is nice. She came around to poker. It took a long time.
Yeah.
People can hear me if I talk.
I got it next time.
Justin.
I get a stack of blues. Like,
You want a stack of blue?
yeah, because it's 120 on 30.
I'll give you one for now.
Yeah. I just get a stack of blue. It's 120, 120. So
I just threw you 5.
Yeah,
This one in the back.
One's in the back.
Looks like players are saying they colored up just a little too much.
I see, okay.
No, you're not a blind bar.
Oh.
You're not yet.
But either way.
That's why I was asking. I was weird.
Right, But either way, I have no.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I have one.
Shout out to Kelly and Chad who just stepped in. The stream has been going fantastic so far, but I can tell you that up until this point, those two have made sure that everything is going as well as possible. Chad is an excellent floor, and Kelly is just a phenomenal poker director here at the Borgata. We are very, very lucky to have them. Andrew in the small blind. Oh, excuse me. Graphics messed me up a little bit. Carlos on the button, trying to decide if he wants to raise up some suited cards here.
10 seconds.
Lets it go. Now Andrew in the small blind with the queen-jack offsuit. Let's see how he wants to play it.
Do you remember the guy, his last name was Dyer, and he made the OSP final table like 4 years ago?
Yes.
He looks like Andrew a lot.
A little bit,
Andrew
yeah.
looks like
No,
him.
I see that actually.
Yeah.
Thank
Both
you,
very stoic,
Yeah.
quiet dudes.
Was that the just before COVID final table?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
You need like Chad Holloway would be like, I know, and I know who came in 18th that year too.
I can give you, Chad is excellent at that, yes. Not much for either player here. See if Andrew wants to stab, but he's going to check. And George checks back. Queen of spades on the river, going to give Andrew the check mark, but that fourth spade, not the most welcome sight in the world. He's going to check. Ooh. George going to throw out a small bet, but little does he know that Andrew has just rivered second pair. Oh, he was going to put it in.
Oh, King Jack 3. You can just put it in.
So close.
No, it's
His
all for the
instincts
TV.
are telling him to put it in.
Yeah,
And wants to do it.
right. He throws it in. Yep. And he's going to get the good news pretty quickly. Nice call, Andrew. Can't blame George. Doesn't want to go to showdown with 9 high. Okay, so Chad's excellent at that, like just rattling off who was at different final tables and stuff, but I can give you somebody who's even better. My colleague at poker.org, his name is Liam Gannon.
Oh, yeah.
He is
the brain.
Everybody says that he just is the best at knowing all the different final tables. Yep. Don't want to go into a poker trivia battle with that one. Shout out to Liam.
Liam just won a run good ring the other day.
It was number 2 for him.
Oh, very nice.
It was his second ring. Yeah, he beat Ari Angle 3-handed. And,
easy peasy.
Yeah, it was him, Ari Angle, and Kathy. I can't remember her last name, but she's a good mixed game player too. And yeah, Liam came out on top. Let's go, buddy. Justin under the gun, opening up the 9-8 suited. Carlos in the cutoff, going to call with a pair of 6s, and Joel going to be able to close the action here with a couple of Broadway cards. Feels like a 3-bet would be a bit of an overplay. Yeah, he's going to come along. What are your thoughts on Justin opening up the suited connectors from under the gun there?
Beautiful hand.
Yeah,
Deep
beautiful
enough.
hand. Sure. And that's why we do it. 8-8-5. Justin just flopping huge on this board.
And Carlos is going to feel pretty good about his pocket 6s right
Absolutely.
now, too.
Justin gonna get sneaky.
Yeah, this is a spot I would always bet my 6s. They need protection. Very likely to have the best hand right now.
And I foresee Joel getting out of the way, but if we're Justin, I don't think we want to spring the trap quite yet. We have this board we have so much of this board that we just have to think that Carlos is doing it with kind of the exact type of hand that he has. Yeah, so we're just going to call. Three of hearts on the turn. Justin still with a stranglehold on this one. Carlos drawing to just one of the last 2 sixes in the deck, and he's going to check back. Ooh, for a second I thought it was. That's 7 of spades on the river, not going to change anything, and Justin going to need to go for some value. I think I like a smaller size and call it third pot, maybe. Or do we go big?
I think both options are on the table. I think it's good. Yeah, he goes for, wow, I would not have checked this, especially against Carlos, who unlikely to really get out of line. But Carlos might feel like this is a
too good.
Thought about value betting it, but stays out of trouble. Yeah, I like the value bet from Justin a lot more than the, especially against this opponent.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it.
I think the big thing is that, yeah, maybe you get him to put out one more small value bet, but what hand is going to call the check raise once you put it in, you know? As we take a look back at the chip counts here, George Kane still sitting atop the leaderboard. Justin Baseman just pulled in a nice pot. He's going to move up into second place. Joel, our chip leader to start the day, still sitting healthy around middle of the pack with 45 bigs. Carlos with 37. And Andrew Vore, our short stack, that still is sitting on 30 big blinds.
Oh, sorry. Where's the 6 on the river? Where's the 6 on the river?
I had 5.
No, on this one.
So I could have gotten caught up in that.
Joel going to raise the small blind with the 10-9 offsuit. Justin with 8-5 suited. I assume going to want to at minimum defend here. Yep.
Joel kind of doing the guarding his neck with his shirt, but his beard's already doing that. You don't need to do that.
So Justin just flopping trips 2 hands
all
in a
over
row.
The place.
Yeah. Let's see how he plays this one. Last time he was out of position. Now he's in position. Small bet. And Joel just gets away right away. Nice hand, Justin.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Justin in the small blind with a suited connected here.
Nice one.
Gonna come in for the raise, and Carlos with an ace in the big blind.
Justin comes for 3.5. Carlos lets it go. Wow, tight folds.
Really? Ace Jack?
What?
Ace Jack? Really?
Ace Jack.
Oh man!
For 2 days, I couldn't take it.
if you guys don't know, roughly a half hour ago that these guys are now seeing on the screen, Carlos put in the 4-bet against Andrew, holding Ace Jack suited against Andrew's Ace Queen suited, and Andrew
There was no stream. That's how you had
folded, and so they're just seeing that on stream now. And Andrew says, "Ace Jack, really?"
Yeah, I mean, that's not the hand that I'd be expecting. I'd be expecting the ace-5 suited or a very good hand. So it's weird to take a hand that's like a little bit too light to do that and turn that one into a 4-bet. But I think ace-jack suited would have been perfectly fine flat. But it got the job done. I mean, better hand folded.
Yeah, that was such a weird spot for Ace Queen there. And yeah, you don't expect to be up against that hand too often.
No. George, black 10s, 250. Justin on the button, pocket 4s. Plenty deep if he wants to go set mining. Let's go.
I'll tell you, that's not the first time we've seen.
Third time.
Yeah. Justin fold some of those smaller pocket pairs. He seems to not want to get too involved.
Sounds good.
It was 6s, 3s, and 4s, I believe.
Yeah, but you know what? It seems to me that he had a strategy coming in.
Sure.
You know, I'm not going to get in the weeds with some of these smaller pocket pairs. I'm going to save those chips, and hey, it has worked out for him. He has moved right up the leaderboard on this final table. So.
George, do me a favor. You switch the pink and the yellow away from me.
Switch them?
Yeah, switch them together.
Yeah, why are you hiding your 8 million? I didn't put them that way.
I know you didn't. I know.
I just didn't want to move them.
I mean, I'm sure those guys, I mean, these guys see you, and, but I'm just, yeah. Ignore me. I'm okay.
I think the conversation we had with chat when we were making all the legends about Andrew, mine was the solver adjust to Andrew's play.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because like he's very, very sound.
Yeah.
Makes some really incredible folds and.
He's easily been probably the player that I've been most impressed with at these tables. He's been just very solid. Hasn't gotten out of line, but has really found some good places to be aggressive. He's put in a few 3-bets that I really liked, and
made some big folds that would normally be correct.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought he and Max heads up would have been fun, or like, man, George versus Max heads up would have been really fun.
Ooh, yeah,
Yeah. You guys in line.
That would have been a good one.
Yeah, there's a lot of good characters this final.
Yes.
Andrew, you got no chips behind that big yellow stack?
No.
No. I got like 3,
3, 4, 3, 3.
yeah, 3, 2, 3, 3.
Makes sense.
4, something.
Andrew on the button, gonna raise it up with the king 6 offsuit.
Is that what that is down there? Was that the raise? No. How much is that? Oh, you did big.
And George with the hand that started it all.
I should have known. You never act that.
Yeah, right. Those pocket fours really earned him quite a bit of money yesterday. If you guys don't know, George was on a small stack for most of the day, and a pretty wild hand happened where George went ahead and 4-bet all in with pocket fours, got ace king to fold, and he ended up doubling
through ace queen, and
through
the
ace
king
queen.
actually hit the board.
Yeah. So had that hand not happened, or maybe happened in a more standard way, George may not be our chip leader right now. So those pocket fours doing him very well yesterday.
I think the standard play would have been for Tanpet to jam. So, but he folded ace king instead, and oof.
Now, Jamie, there was quite a bit of debate about that in the chat yesterday. So I still am not sure what we want to do, but I think I tend to lean towards what you're saying.
Yeah,
yes.
about 192% of the time, I'm going to jam ace king there.
The action goes check to Andrew, who did open the button here. Let's see if he wants to continue on the jack high board. He does. It was a little under half pot.
And select a larger c-bet sizing when the board's connected like this. Cool.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What else we got going on today? When we're walking through, there's a final tournament.
Yes, I believe it is a big chip bounty.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Let me see here. May 13th. It is a 1050 big chip bounty. So
nice.
1050 and 500 is going to be in a purple
fun.
chip bounty,
I
basically.
love those tournaments.
Yeah. Yep, and it's a 50K guarantee, guys. So if you are in the area and you want to play a big chip bounty tournament and snag some of those nice purple chips, get down to the Borgata, 50K guaranteed. There seem to be quite a few people in there when we walk through. So
yeah, and you only have to knock out 2 of them to be free rolling.
Right.
Andrew raising ace-8 suited from the cutoff.
Yesterday they had the even bigger bounty, so it was like a 2200 with a 1K bounty, and I happened to walk through and see somebody had like 7 of them stacked up on, it's like $7 grand.
That's
just
really
chilling on
nice.
top of their stack that they knocked out. That must be a good feeling. Even if you're like, ah, man, I could bust right now, and so just walk out with 7K, you know.
680. 680.
Joel's going to 3-bet the ace-3 suited from the small.
I don't hate it.
So it's 680, which is, once again, small. These 3-bet sizings have been very small.
I'm curious what, and that's an adjustment from yesterday. I didn't really see, I can't remember one time yesterday where I was like, oh, that's a small 3-bet, but now we've seen it multiple times today, which is interesting.
There hasn't been a lot of peeling of these 3-bets. Like, they've been mucked or 4-bet almost all the time.
Yeah.
But as the 3-bets get smaller and smaller, I'm finding ways to peel. Like, why not? You know, you're getting, he's going to let it go. I mean, wow, such a small 3-bet gets the job done. I would be doing it all day.
100%.
Every time you're king or an ace, if that's going to work.
100%. Especially Andrew was in position there, right? Yeah, like
yeah, that was an out of position
right.
tiny.
Yeah,
tiny
that seems like a no-brainer to peel there, but Andrew is on this final table and I am not, so finding that fold may have been the right move. I have no idea.
So if you guys are watching this and itching to play some poker, not going out to Vegas, there is 100 Days of Summer by Borgata Poker, $100,000 leaderboard challenge running May 26th to September 2nd. First prize is going to be $25,000, and there are 2 Borgata Poker Open Championship seats to the event in September.
And
Top 20 players are going to earn cash prizes.
Yeah, and by the way, that $100,000 is just the leaderboard guarantee. across the entire series, there is a full $1.7 million in guarantees across the entire 100 days of summer. So
you don't have to go to the desert to get it.
No, you do
Best
not.
part.
I mentioned it yesterday, too. Come grind the beginning of the series, and when you get up enough money, then you can just go out for the main event.
You satellite into the desert.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound that good.
Now that you say it. Sounds so dusty out there.
That is the truth. I leave my like balcony door open for my dog to chill out there,
Yeah.
and so I get a lot of the wind in there.
Sure.
And I'm constantly like wiping a film of sand. It's like just
yeah.
dust.
But you know what's really funny is I'll still take that over. I was training for a job, an old job that I had. They sent me down to Alabama for 2 months.
Sticky.
It's the pollen.
Yeah.
I have never walked out of work and seen a yellow film on my car.
Yeah, like
oh
your
my
windshield.
gosh,
It's gross.
it was crazy how much pollen was down there. But I really enjoyed my time in Alabama, believe it or not. I think I was meant for the South.
You kind of seem like if I had to guess where you're from,
Yeah.
I would have picked like either slightly south of here or Michigan.
Okay, I can see that. Honestly, so I'm originally from Lancaster, Pennsylvania,
Okay, that
which
makes
is
sense.
which is like kind of farm country. So
Yep.
yeah, no, it does
We
make
used
a
to go
little
there
bit of
every
sense.
Christmas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, check out Hershey, Pennsylvania. Go to Lancaster.
Yeah.
It's nice.
That is
very
my
peaceful.
hometown. Yeah. I may not live there anymore, but I still got a lot
But that's
of
basically
love.
Michigan.
Okay,
Like
fair
you
enough.
guys are the same.
Fair
That's-
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can
You don't
see
have the
that.
accent, so like your
True.
personality is Michigan, but like your accent isn't.
The way I say coffee, that's
Oh
the
yeah,
only
I had
one.
to get rid of that. I got made fun of a lot.
Gonna go grab a cup of
We
coffee.
said wooder too.
I say wooder
You
a
still
lot.
do? Oh
yeah.
man, that one I lost that one when I went to school in Michigan because people are like, what did you say?
I say it by accident. Like I normally say water, but occasionally you'll just catch me off guard saying water.
There's no D in there.
Thank you.
So I'm from Central Jersey, so I didn't really get the like Philly accent or the New York one. I'm in the middle, so I don't have like any of the like phone home.
Right.
kind of thing.
I don't. Yeah. If you were to ask me, I mean, I know you're from New Jersey, but if you were to ask me where your accent is from, if there is one, yeah, it's certainly not the tri-state area. I probably wouldn't have said, but.
Just so you know, if you guys need anything to drink, the server will be here in about 5-10 minutes.
So Joel said he's from New York. Is he talking about Manhattan or what are we? Are we in like Albany?
Joel
Did he
said
say?
this?
I think so. Yeah, I think he said he's from New York.
He may have. For
I
some
think
reason, I thought he was
Carlos
from Florida.
is also a New York guy, I want to say.
Um.
Oh, did Joel say Florida? Oh, okay. I might be
no,
telling lies.
Yeah, no, I might be wrong.
Chat will probably let us know.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. But Hendon Mob says Florida.
Okay.
But again, I could be wrong. He may be a resident of Jersey now, or New York.
I do kind of miss having those like player bios. I know players hate filling them out.
Yeah.
So it's like pretty nice of Borgata not to torture them like that. But it is like cool when you find out someone who's playing super well is like a part-time player.
Yeah,
You know, it's like, oh,
right?
this guy's in finance and he's
Yep.
just like sick at poker.
Yeah.
These guys all definitely seem like full-time players.
Yeah, I know Justin is for sure. Can't speak on Joel, but I mean, he's got quite the Hendon Mob. He's definitely playing a lot, you know.
Yeah.
You said Carlos, you've known for
I
quite a
think
while
I
around
think
these
he's full-time.
streets. Yeah. Andrew on the younger side, not sure if he's fully in the mix yet.
Yeah,
He may,
he's
you know.
still got to go to prom and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really funny. He definitely, like, you could say, like, oh, yeah, he's, like, president. He was president of his high school poker club, and we find out he's 17. He's like,
Right.
still president. We're like, oh, man, gaming commission's mad.
Fake ID.
He's
That's a
just
joke,
three.
guys. That's a
He's
joke.
just 3 kids in a trench coat.
Yeah. Just got confirmation in the chat. Yes, Joel is from Florida.
Florida man.
Yes.
650.
Shout out to TJ in the chat saying these commentators are fire. Totally
Aw.
unbiased take. Appreciate you. Appreciate you,
Thanks.
TJ. So Carlos raises the button here to 250. And George doing a 3-bet, pocket 8s out of the big blind. Strong play. He could be, you know, just closing the action, but oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
Carlos laying down the hammer.
I know I've been hammering home that all of these 3-bets have been undersized, like especially the out of position ones.
Yeah.
You want to go like 8x, and we're looking at like 5x. It opens the door for stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like, it's not exactly what you want with pocket 8s, but like if he's sitting here with kings or aces, like he's loving his life. He's like, wow, I'm glad I selected such a tiny 3-bet. But pretty awkward spot. Out of position, pocket 8s, facing a 4-bet from one of the tighter players at the table. Makes the call. He's going to see 3.
And this is interesting because if you just get like even a jack high board, you just don't know at all where you're at. Yeah.
To navigate.
No idea where you're at.
The flop with pocket 8s.
But Carlos is not in a super fun position here either. He's just going to go ahead and 4-bet the king 8 offsuit and have to see a flop.
I love that the 8 in his hand is a blocker to George.
Yeah, right.
Queen 7-5, 2 hearts.
Not the worst board for 8s, not the best board for 8s.
I'm not going anywhere with 8s just yet.
And if Carlos puts in just 1 C-bet, we're going to have an SPR of less than 1,
and
which is...
C-bet should get called here.
Yeah.
Very interesting board for these 2 hands. King 8, King of Hearts with the 8. Like, there's a lot of turn cards that both players are pretty happy with.
Right.
Oh, we're zooming. Doom zoom.
Doom zoom, yeah.
Record scratch. You might be wondering how I got here.
I think you just let him go. Wow.
I don't love this play anymore. I mean, that's...
Wow.
If you're purely calling to hit your set, I think it's a mistake. It's a little too pricey.
I agree. And that's the thing. I don't see what else it could have been, because again...
That's a board that's good for 8s.
Right. He had to have just kind of been on a, you know, no set, no bet type of situation there, but yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I'm a no bow, no bet myself.
Yeah, I get it. And man, how fun it would have been to hit a set in a 4-bet pot too, you know, but hey, he gets away from it, and kudos where kudos are due. Carlos just finding the non-standard 4-bet with the king 8 offsuit.
And then having the guts to continue.
Yeah, man, just getting it through. Let's go, Carlos. Andrew Park in the chat saying Andrew is graduating college this year and is a poker crusher. I agree with you, my friend. I also think Andrew's a crusher.
I would say the same if I was his friend and Andrew was 16.
Yeah.
I'm on to you, bro. Does ID really say McLovin? I'm just kidding. Gaming's listening, they ID these people are very strict. Everybody here is 21 plus.
I have a McLovin air freshener in my car.
Oh yeah?
That's a real thing. I have it. It's hanging from it's the McLovin ID, but it's an air freshener.
Superbad is amazing. It's so good.
It's the funniest I've ever, or it's the most I've ever laughed at a movie the first time I saw it. I was like almost couldn't catch my breath. I was laughing so hard the first, and it holds up. That movie's still so funny. All right, real quick here, guys. Looked like
big hand.
Justin opened under the gun, and Joel defended his big blind. Joel's going to flop the best of it, open-ended here, but Justin...
Double gut shot.
Ooh, Justin just drills the queen on the turn.
Double gut shot, best hand in poker. Nobody sees it coming.
Yep.
Beautiful. Joel's going to put that 7 to work after it checks through on the flop.
280.
I'm gonna ask them to turn off the lights when that hand comes on.
You got it through? You could tell me.
got a decent amount of this board. I prefer just calling.
I had an 8 in my hand.
I'll keep your bluffs in your opponent's
Made it
range.
look big.
And the ace on the river going to give Justin the check mark here.
Pretty boring card, action killing card.
Right.
Down, and Justin's gonna take another one down. Tommy Boy is that movie for me.
Oh, man.
The first time I am a massive Chris Farley fan, and just it hit the spot. Everything about it, and like David Spade playing like the straight character to Farley's like insane.
Oh,
it was just so good.
When he walks out and pulls that door off the car, and he just looks at me and goes, "What'd you do?"
That guy in a little coat.
It doesn't hurt so much here or here, but right here.
Nope, ship shape.
We'll stop with the.
We won't. No, this is all I'm gonna do for the rest of the
cannot
time.
help myself, man. Step Brothers is right there for me, also. I can like watch that movie anytime.
There's so much to consume now that like I feel like there isn't. Game of Thrones is the last thing. Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones is like the last things that like people all watched and everyone talked about it. And now I feel like there's so many platforms and so much to consume that there isn't that like one thing that everyone can quote. Like I feel like I'm missing that. Like Tommy Boy growing up, everyone. Like everyone was quoting it.
Everybody.
It was funny.
My friends and I must have said fat guy in a little coat more times. I've probably said those exact words more times than about any other phrase I've ever said. But
I just made fun of Sammy Gruber because she said she took 7 years to graduate, and
Shout
I
out Sammy.
was like, lots of people take 7 years to graduate. They're called doctors.
Oh, it's the best, man.
Love Sammy. Is Sammy with Poker.org still? She kind of.
She is.
She's a wonderful person.
Yep. She took like a very short break just to make sure she got all set up, graduating college and everything, and she is back with us. And it's really funny. I've actually never met Sammy in person. Just had like a bunch of back and forth with her, you know, through messaging through the company and stuff like that. But she seems like
you're gonna love her.
Yeah, she seems like an absolute
weirdo,
sweetheart.
total weirdo.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we'll get along real well.
Looking at the payouts, they've got locked up about $75,000, and each of these guys is just 4 players away from $347K.
But this next pay jump is real. $25,000 pay jump, pretty much, or more. You know, the next player that gets eliminated is going to miss out on that 6-figure payday. So these guys.
Might I suggest, if you make the pay jump, there's a WPT Alpha 8 25K. You're basically satelliting into it.
No big deal.
Right now.
Right, we're just going to use it like a stepping stone. Yeah. This is a no-brainer. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Triton just started. You could probably make it out.
Yeah, Montenegro's not that far away.
Plane tickets aren't as expensive as they used to be. That's not true.
God, this reminds me of Conrad Simpson because when he would. If he made a 25K pay jump, he'd be like, the 25K is tomorrow.
Didn't that happen? I think he told a story about how he got whatever, it was like 3rd or 4th or something like that in that 5K for like a big payout, and he went to buy into something else, and you know, he had like money in his account, and they accidentally bought him into the PPC by accident. Now, he obviously could refund this. It's not a big deal, but he said he looked at it for a split second and was like,
fate?
Well, he's like, I don't know half these games, but I could do this.
Yeah,
you know?
you could learn. I mean, you have Google.
Ask him about that. I'm fairly certain you told that story.
He's one of my best friends. I absolutely love him. He's an insane human being.
He was here for the Winter Poker Open. It was a lot of fun spending some time with him. He's a good dude.
I liked his interviews for Poker.org. His like little like man in the street kind of things. Like because he doesn't have any like shame.
I was gonna say
so
he doesn't
do
care.
Whatever. He's like, yeah, sure, good idea.
I
I'll go
love
do that.
it. No, and he does it for the content. We appreciate him. All right, Justin going to raise the button here with the ace-3 offsuit.
Good get through. Jack deuce offsuit. No fun to play.
Nope. Skirt. There we go.
Skirt.
Justin going to pick up another one. Really impressed with Justin's play on this table so far. I got to look back, but I'm pretty sure at either like 6 or 5 handed, he was our lowest stack, and he has really just jumped right up the leaderboard.
That ace king hand was
really
like
sick.
very nice live
The
reads.
hammer's not
Really
for sale.
sick.
No price.
Quite a few chips.
Yep.
I'll give you
And then
one.
just the not bleeding in between those spots.
Yeah.
Like this is where I have a different style. Like I'm set mining at least 2 of those 3 that he'd folded, but also you do tend to bleed chips doing that. You're losing 2 big blinds when you do that. You're only hitting a set 1 out of 8.
Right.
Sometimes it gets 3-bet and you don't even get to see the flop, so it's probably more than 7 out of 8 times that you're actually losing those 2.
And then he got super fortunate. He just hit trips 2 hands in a row, which was pretty nice also, you know. Let's go, Justin.
Hello, is ace queen of hearts on the button.
Quite a pretty hand.
Andrew's got a nice little side eye going on. Still a little salty about the ace queen of clubs he folded to Carlos.
Oh, yeah, I meant to bring this up, too. Carlos jumped up from the table for a moment, and he was over on the rail while we were talking about another hand. And he must have been talking to someone on his rail, because I heard him say out loud, like, haha, I had an 8 in my hand. Like, when he 4-bet with the king-8 offsuit, I heard him say,
He's probably talking to Patty and his wife over there.
He's like, I had an 8 in my hand. Oh, man, that's great.
10 seconds.
Oh, this is the lightest defend of all time. 6-2
You might
offsuit.
want to fold this hand. They're coming over here. Let's check on the river. Let's check on the
I think I've seen him fold better hands.
Yeah,
out of
it's
that's why it's surprising.
You know, there's boredom factors in. You're like, I haven't been in the mix in a little bit.
That's true. I mean, George has been our chip leader for a hot minute now, and we really haven't heard a lot from him, but admittedly, he hasn't gotten a ton of big hands during that time either. Been dealt out a little bit.
No? I haven't been on that time.
Was it ace jack?
One? Ace queen.
It would have been 6. Like, is that ace jack? No, worse. Ace queen suited. He need to needle Andrew.
Andrew just immediately laser eyes him. Oh, man.
Thank you, guys.
You'll never get it.
Cherry Picker in the chat saying the commentator crew of Jamie and Jeremy are magical. Their banter is like stepbrothers. Do you want to go do karate in the garage?
Did we just become best friends?
Shout out. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us in the chat. It's been a fun time so far. These players are making it easy for us. They are getting in the mix.
Not going backwards.
Oh, you might have raised with your favorite hand before. 8-9. 10-8. Come on, I got to be close. Jack.
If I know Andrew, he's probably going to put in a
7-8.
raise here. Yeah, he's reaching for some chips.
Keep going down the list.
6-5, definitely a pretty one to play in position.
I swear I didn't do nothing.
350, yes.
Tony.
How deep are you?
Started with 4 million.
What is it? What's the bet?
350. You gave it.
This wouldn't be the first time that we saw Joel err on the aggressive side with a suited wheel ace. Just gonna call. Not as many chips in the stack as the start of the day, so he's gonna take the lower variance route and want to see a flop here. Ooh.
Nice flop for
Nice
ace 3 of
slide.
hearts, flopping the nut flush draw.
Andrew whiffing about as much as he possibly could here. No diamonds. Pretty ambitious backdoor straight draw, but other than that, he's going to have to start this story now if he wants to get it moving. But Joel has a lot of hand to call down with on every street.
It's going to be a horror story.
Yeah. Yep. Well, he's going to try. 200,000, I believe, is the bet. 300,000.
I lean towards, keeping bluffs in my opponent's range as much as possible. Pair of fives now for Andrew.
Yeah.
Need to bluff anymore. Joel checks.
Now, if Andrew checks back, it's going to open the door for Joel to bluff on a non-heart river. And bottom pairs,
decision time.
Yeah, still not going to be a fun time to call with. So do you want to put some more chips in here and rep a stronger range? Ooh, he's grabbing for some of those.
Grabbing a lot.
Some of those banana chips here. And they are going in the middle. Andrew says 900,000 is the new price of poker. If you want to see that river card, you're going to have to pay for it.
Did you say banana chips?
I did say banana chips.
I say bees. They're wild and sting crazy. Save yourself. The like 2 people in chat get it will be very happy right now. We called them bumblebees back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
My favorite hands.
This chip set been around for quite a while?
Oh, yeah. And those pink one, the watermelon ones, my favorite chips of all time. Yeah, they were the old WPT stack.
Okay.
And if you got to the point where you had a bunch of those watermelon ones, you were doing well.
Things were going your way, yeah.
You were well on the money.
Yeah.
They made it to the final table, the bumblebees and the watermelons.
Nice, nice.
I'm not. I'm never calling. I'm raising you.
Joel's got quite a decision on his hands. It's a lot easier to pull a trigger when this happens on the flop and you know you have a ton of equity with your ace-3 of hearts. Your outs have now been cut in half. So if you decide to play this aggressively and you get called, you're not doing so hot.
Man, I really missed a cooler. I was going to cooler you post flop there so bad. It was going to come like ace-3 deuce. You're going to be singing the stars.
Do it, Joel. It's going to work.
All right,
Wow.
Andrew. Andrew, once again, showing his chops, saying, I'm not taking my showdown value. No, no, no. I'm winning this pot now with just bottom pair.
He just texted me good luck.
I love it. Nice hand, Andrew.
He just said, you more than George, but you guys are both good guys, so no. He said both good guys, rooting for both of you.
He calls me Uncle George because I named his kid.
As we look back at the chip counts here, George, not the overwhelming chip leader anymore. He's lost a bit back. These stacks are so even. 57, 55, 47, 30, 34 big blinds. Everybody is right in the mix. Any singular player below George is one big pot away, basically, from being the chip leader. Not even a double, just a big pot away from being the chip leader. So this is cool. Very cool.
Oh.
Thank you.
I used one today.
And George just mucking the ace-7 offsuit on the button. No raise, nothing.
Interesting.
George, don't look.
Doesn't matter. I gotta be honest, I didn't quite believe you. Then I would have made that move pre-flop to go over the top. I waited, hesitated. I could have said, listen, one of us is going to be.
You're going to see a limp pot, blind versus blind here. Justin with the best of it pre-flop, but Joel's going to flop middle pair on the queen 6-5.
I was going all in on the turn if you called, so.
Did you have outs?
An over.
Check, check. Ooh, and Joel just going to earn the check mark right away. Drilling 2 pair on the turn. Like to see him put some chips in the middle here. And he does.
For the record, somebody texted me that I was the best looking guy in the room, and I said, no, George is here. For the record.
Carlos.
Carlos, is it your mother?
Right.
Tell the truth.
Easy lay down, getting out of the way. No need to get in the weeds. Joel had the goods. He's going to pick that one up.
Thank you.
I'm only going to you, see?
Good sign.
So crazy that all these stacks are even.
It really is.
This is like they showed up. They're like 5-handed, 150K buy and sit and go. Like, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wait, do you want to get a different?
Joel with pocket 7s on the button. Looking at a raise under the gun from Andrew with ace-8 offsuit.
10 seconds.
Kayla in the chat. Joel's the best looking guy in the room. Carlos's mom needs to relax.
I have no comments on the best looking guy at the table. You're not going to get out of me, chat.
He has a list in front of him with the rankings.
Jamie.
Down to like
Jamie.
7.2 out of 10.
Quiet. Goodness. Blowing up my spotlight. All right, so Joel's going to come along on the button. That's going to invite Carlos along with a suited connector in the big blind, and we're going to see 3 here.
3 players.
All right. Ace, ace, 9. Andrew getting just the board he was looking for, and may even get a little bit of action from 7s. Okay, he's going to check. Played a little cagey. Joel checks back.
Not taking the bait.
3 players.
A little something for Carlos now, too.
Yeah.
3 checks.
Checks.
Andrew decides it's time to start betting his own hand.
And after he checks flop, I have to think that, you know, for this small sizing, Joel's going to want to peel one.
I would.
And he does.
Should save Carlos.
Yeah.
4, 3 players. 2 players.
Goes ahead and gets out of the way. Pretty blank 5 on the river here. If Joel thought he was best on the turn, he probably thinks he's still best on the river. So if Andrew doesn't get too greedy here, I think he may get some extra value out of Joel.
Second barrel is always a lot more believable to me, though.
9 seconds.
That's true.
Because Joel can have an ace.
That's true.
Even for the small amount, I think you gotta make an annoying fold here. You're getting like almost 5 to 1.
And this is the exact spot that I make mistakes.
Well, you
like I can flick this in.
You have to sometimes keep your opponent honest,
Right.
or they're going to do this all the time. All they have to do is barrel tiny on the turn, and then they just get to win. Sneeze on the river, and you fold. But
Me saying this is where I make mistakes is just me admitting that I'm a call station. So
but yeah, Joel is going to sniff it out and save himself a couple blinds.
nice job, Joel.
What? You beat the buzzer.
Oh, from the call?
George still our chip leader, but by just a little bit. Joel now our short stack, 32 big blinds, still very healthy.
Yeah, Andrew was sitting at the bottom of that board for a hot minute there, but just over a few hands, he's wiggled his way right up into that middle of the pack range again.
Fold. One fold.
Justin going to raise the button here with Queen Jack suited, as he should. Now Carlos in the small blind probably has a tiny bit of a decision here. Does he want to 3-bet or put in just a flat call with the Ace Jack offsuit? Does seem to be considering both options, but here we are again with that very small 3-bet sizing out of the small blind. And this is not the first time that Justin has seen this, and I'm curious how he has decided he wants to adjust to these 3-bet sizings. He's got such a pretty hand. I assume he's going to want to see a flop.
Yeah, we've seen Justin not really bleed chips all that often. Like, he's folding in a lot of spots that I would have called in, but yeah, this one's just too nice and you're in position. Hand's got a lot of potential.
Oh, what a flop.
King 8 deuce, all spades.
Oh
Carlos
my gosh.
holding the ace of spades, Justin queen jack of spades. And Carlos was the 3-better.
Wow.
You don't have to go large. You don't have to see bet at all. Monotone flop.
10 seconds.
But if he does, he can go pretty small.
550.
It's pretty big, 1/3.
I was going to say.
That's a lot larger. I mean, I tend to exaggerate a bit and just go like 2 bigs. But he's trying to get the job done with his ace of spades right now.
I forget who said it, but somebody said the difference between the old generation and the new generation is that the new generation just has a 10% pot sizing. Ooh, 7
my God.
of spades on the turn.
Carlos doing the spade check.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, oh my God, it is there.
Find a check, Carlos. Find a check. Okay.
10 seconds.
Crazy. Oh, he doesn't check.
What sizing does he go with here?
1 million.
$1 million flat.
This is a bad spot for Justin.
This is so weird. If
It
you're in Justin's
helps
shoes.
a little bit to have the jack of spades in your hand too. It takes away some of those combos that you think Carlos might be value betting with.
10.
Yeah. But as Carlos out of position, it's really hard to make this large of a bet.
Oh, yeah.
Without,
you hate your life right now if you're
without
Justin.
the ace of spades.
But let's say you have like queen of spades, 3 of spades instead. Then you're like, is Carlos betting a jack of spades for value here? And you're like, no, I have that too.
I mean, the like only hand that maybe, I mean, I don't even think he does this with a set of kings, you know? I don't
I mean,
know,
that would be
right?
really plenty.
Yeah.
Okay, this could help a little bit.
Okay.
But also, I honestly think that Justin calls turn and folds river anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
Check.
I win.
Happy to check back. I win.
Justin. Yep.
Wow.
Carlos is like, oh my God, I was cooked.
Holy cow.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. This is still a really sick hand. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Carlos, chip leader for first time in this final table, 7.8 million.
Chad, how you feeling about Carlos getting that chip lead for the first time on the final table here?
It's not fair. He's the best looking guy in the room and he has a chip lead.
His mom said that. I don't know if that's...
It's hand call.
Thanks.
One fold.
The one thing that this final table is missing is that chaos inducer. We need Max. We need Max back here on like 8 espresso shots and just see what happens. Because they're too reasonable. Like, big hand matchup, and it's like both of them played it really well, and then it's over. On to the next one.
Can you guys just play a little worse, please? That's all we're looking for.
Worse.
Just a little worse.
Raise 400.
Dealers, just a little under a minute left. Please start prepping your red deck. Watch it up, ready to go. Players, it's just about 30 seconds. Want to start taking your seats?
Or might I suggest a double big blind ante? Just see what happens.
Now we're starting to get some really spicy structures going. Okay, I'm down with this. Double big blind ante.
Yeah.
Strat. You're allowed to put the straddle on if you want to. I like this.
Conrad Simpson and I were heads up in a run good event for a ring, and we just decided once we got heads up we would double the blinds.
Nice.
We're like, gamble!
Nice. I love it.
It's really fun.
I love it. Wait, so who won?
I won. You think I'm telling that story if I lose?
on.
Come on now. I would never. We had no, I mean, we made it so we had like 10 big blinds apiece.
Nice.
It was fun. And then he was in my winner's photo with the second place card, sad.
Oh, I
Yeah, he's in the
remember
back
this.
with,
No, I
"Aw."
remember this now. Yes. Yeah.
He's a good sport.
Yeah. Justin gonna wake up with the 10s under the gun. He's gonna raise it up. Andrew on the button with a pretty hand. Just gonna pitch it. Once again, I'd say that's probably a product of him, you know, devising a strategy ahead of time. He's not gonna get in the weeds, maybe with some suited aces and stuff like that.
One fold. Actually, I might just hold that in. You're going to be my big blind ante, honey, okay? Thank you. Three fold. $250.
Andrew gonna open the cutoff with ace-7 offsuit. Not much for anybody to really defend with. Maybe Justin wants to see 3 with the king-8 offsuit. Gonna let it go. Nice pickup, Andrew. How cool are those Run Good rings?
They're so cool.
They're pretty sweet.
Huge.
Shout out. I think Haley designs those, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, maybe.
Shout out. Yeah, they those things are sweet. I want to get my hands on one of those bad boys.
It's huge. I won so little money, but such a huge chunk of it. I think it was like $2,500 or something like that, but got the whole ring. It's so fun to win a tournament. It doesn't really matter that it's not for a lot.
If you get any kind of hardware in this game, it's fun. Yeah.
And then poor Corey Conrad and I drove to San Diego, and then we're driving home, and I'm just wearing it. It's like way too big. I have it on my pinky just to make it even funnier.
Just flexing, even though it's an annoying way to do it.
Like my left arm is so much longer than my right because this ring is so huge.
Boy, my arm's getting tired. There's a lot of weight on the end of it here. All right, guys. Justin in the small blind with ace, king suited. He's going to raise it up here, and Carlos going to get out of the way with a couple of Broadway cards. Going to stay out of the mix, or stay out of the weeds, maybe.
Man. Got some tight folds today.
I'm defending the Jack-10 offsuit
I'm also
there.
defending the ace-3 earlier.
But I have been very clear about the fact that I can't help myself in these situations. So
I'm not sure you're supposed to help yourself.
Right, yeah.
That was just single raise? That was a small blind raise in the big blind?
I'll give a one-liner once
That's
in a while.
wild.
Yeah, I believe so.
Never had allergies till I moved to New Jersey.
I never had allergies till I moved to Jersey.
Joel in the cutoff with a pair of 10s here.
250 raise.
Sorry, we had to step away from him for a moment. One of the excellent dealers stopped by to say hi before she headed down the escalator there. Anyway, Joel raising up the pocket 10s in the cutoff here.
Yeah, we're in kind of the middle of the action here.
Yeah, if you guys don't know,
high traffic area.
We've mentioned a couple of times, we're right by the escalators. We may have a little bit of ADHD as we get distracted by people going back and forth.
As the caffeine wears off, it gets worse.
Yeah, for sure. But Andrew defends his big blind here with the 10-9 suited offsuit, and they're going to get a monotone board here. Not a ton for either player. Let's see what Joel wants to do. With position and range advantage, I don't mind him going with a small sizing here.
Bottom pair, monotone board, no club for Andrew. It's gonna be tough to navigate this one.
Yeah, I don't see how we can even really call. Ooh. Never mind. What do I know? Maybe Andrew has some dubious intentions on some turns. 8 of hearts brings in a
fun turn card.
Brings in an open ender for him. But Joel now with an open ender as well. And the 7 of hearts on the river. Gonna give both players the straight.
Shout out to Stapes with his Everybody Loves a Chop Pot.
But let's see how the action goes on the river here.
Ten seconds.
All right, so Andrew gonna come in for a fairly chunky bet here. Yeah, he goes about 3/4 pot. Pretty large sizing. This has got to be a little bit scary for Joel. Obviously 3 clubs out there. Andrew floating flop.
10 seconds.
Let's see how he wants to respond.
1.4.
Oh, look at this.
Raise
He finds the raise.
Dude, I didn't want to spoil it because I saw Joel watching it coming up. He's on break. He's watching his phone, coming on break, and he had the like wryest smile on his face. Like a sneaky, I'm about to do something sneaky smile. And look, he's over there pacing around, like laughing about it right now. I see you. I had the read on you.
We see you, Joel. We see you. Man,
not a pleasant spot to be in.
He says, I am not chopping this pot. It's a tough spot for Andrew. No matter what, I love the play by Joel, but he gets the fold. He gets the fold.
He's fist pumping in the corner over there.
He's in eye shot of us right now. They're on break, and he literally just gave us the fist bump as that got through. Let's go, Joel. Nice
I was
hand,
saying everyone
man.
loves a chop putt, but he doesn't. He's the one guy who doesn't love it.
That was sick. Nice find, buddy. Players are passing us coming back from break, getting a couple fist bumps. But Joel, nice job there.
I almost, I mean, I wish I said it because I was like, that man looks so sneaky, but I didn't think he was going to turn it straight into a bluff. It's like very, that doesn't happen very often.
I didn't know what it meant, but when Andrew put out the raise on the river, I looked over at Joel and he pointed up in the air, and I think he was saying, I'm about to go upstairs, like I'm about to raise it up. That's great, man.
Makes 400.
He saw Patty Haggerty going back into Rail Carlos. She said, rails aren't what they used to be. It is quiet in there.
Yeah.
But she's bringing in a high noon. I think it's about to get a little bit rowdier.
Guys, if you're in the area, stop by. There's a really cool kind of like stadium seating on both sides. You can come rail this final table right now. And it's not going to be over anytime soon. You got plenty of time to come see the action.
Yeah, Monday afternoon is tough, but I feel like maybe in the next couple hours, more people will filter in.
Taking a look back at the chip counts here. Carlos still our top stack. Let's go, man. 62 big blinds, but everybody's still fairly even at this table. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have seen no less than 3 people be the chip leader since we restarted, so chips are moving hands, guys. Pocket 10s going around. Andrew, you're going to open those up on the button. Not a ton of customers behind. Maybe Joel finds a defend here.
The only one I looked at. What? It's the only one I tried to catch.
Trying to do me dirty.
Did. You had ace.
Queen. I showed it to you.
Ace queen. Like I remember that.
Just going to let it go. Move on to the next.
Thank you. fold. Raise 250.
Andrew going to raise it up in the cutoff here with a suited king.
5 fold.
Once again, just not a ton of hands behind to really give him much action.
1 fold. Taking.
All that means is we got a big cooler incoming. I don't know that for sure, Chad, but I'm just going by the numbers.
Jeremy promised it.
Dang it. Andrew under the gun with a good looking hand here. He's going to raise it up. Jack 9 suited.
5 fold.
There we go. Finally got some hands that can see some flops. Carlos waking up with the ace-10 offsuit in the big blind. See how he wants to proceed.
Call.
Just a call.
Thank you.
Ace right in the window there for Carlos. Ace 6-6 rainbow to be exact, and he's going to check it over to Andrew. Ace high board going to favor the under the gun raiser most times.
$140.
It's like 138.
Half a chip. I've seen your discount.
Andrew bets 140,000. Carlos going to come with just a call here.
Thank you very much.
Queen of clubs on the turn, going to give Carlos the check mark. Don't know if there's going to be a path to victory for Andrew, but let's see if he wants to try. Pretty blank 3 of hearts on the river. Carlos probably going to want to go for some value here.
Can you do me a favor when players are in hand?
But he checks. And let's see if he leaves the door open for Andrew to put out a bluff there. But he checks it back. Ace going to be good for Carlos. He's going to scoop that one in.
Finally got the hand that I was tanking for a while. It was 5-6.
Yeah.
Carlos, our chip
Well, value
leader,
betting.
Justin,
I was value betting.
bottom stack, 34 big blinds.
You're 70%, not 10 outs.
If you remember that hand where Andrew had bottom pair on the 2-heart board and Joel was holding the nut flush draw, but he ended up folding turn, Andrew just said, I was value betting. Value betting 4th pair.
I mean, he was.
Yeah, no, he was.
Faith
Right.
heart.
Right.
guys are going to sleep like 24 hours when this is over. Can't imagine how taxing this is on them.
Raise 250. 3 folds. Thank you.
Give 2 stacks of yellow, Justin. Oh, okay. Okay, thank
More
you.
love in the chat for a few different players. Is Carlos a dealer somewhere too? For some reason, somebody in the chat said, great poker player, even better guy. And the next person said, could be one of the best dealers I've ever encountered. And then the next person said, much better dealer than player.
I mean,
Jokingly,
there's a
jokingly,
chance that he deals private games.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Vaguely remembering that now that you're bringing it up.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
He's got the personality that you would make bank if you're a dealer.
Oh, yeah.
He's so fun.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I can't lie. If it's a super fun dealer in the box, I typically
more,
pitch him a couple extra bucks, 100%.
If someone can deal really fast and also be entertaining,
Yeah.
they deserve more money.
Yeah, a couple people confirming Carlos, great guy on and off the felt, and is also a dealer. Yeah, nice, man. Kayla saying, we're railing back home from Florida. Go, Joel, go. Got some love in the chat for Joel.
The one time you put your hand out, the one time I throw it.
Nick K saying, Carlos always slow rolls
When my
me.
wife wants to throw something at me, I don't move.
Been there, buddy, I know.
Because she has
I'm sure you guys are friends.
0.
See that to her face?
Yeah. Nothing.
Joel under the gun with ace-queen offsuit.
$250. Raise.
Going to come in for about the min-raise there.
2 folds. Thank you, Justin.
Carlos on the button with an ace of his own. He's probably going to want to see some more cards here. Ooh.
I believe this is the hand that Joel was asking about. He came to the booth and said, what
Right.
did Carlos have when I had ace queen?
That may
but he
be
didn't
it.
realize that we were on such a delay.
Right.
Okay, Carlos going for this
You
tiny
want the base?
sizing again.
Something on the cards.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, just for afterwards.
I guess there's something on these 2 cards. There's something on the cards I left inside.
Yeah, this 3-bet size is more normal because Carlos is in position.
Sure.
He's been doing these sneaky tiny ones from the small
Right.
blind too.
10 seconds. Once the hand's over there.
George gets out of the way. And
5 folds.
Sevens, spades, not 4-bet, but I didn't know about it. Like residual built from that, like I feel like I scoop the pot for 88. After I got bad, I got 3.
oh, wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. Joel just pitches the ace-queen offsuit.
I saw it on like
That's
a couple
crazy.
other cards
So
earlier.
he is currently seeing this in real
Oh,
time
it just looked like a crease.
up on the board. So I am curious what his thoughts are on that. But
That is one of the best starting hands that you can have.
yes. Hey, Carlos. Getting it through, man.
Seriously.
Yeah. We got to remember, Joel is our short stack now. You know, maybe just not wanting to give up too much. Keep it close to the vest. 70 big blinds for Carlos. George Kane in second place with 50. Andrew with 40. Justin with 38. And Joel our short stack, which is not so short at 36 big blinds.
What did you just have?
Quite a bit of poker
What did I just
left to play.
I'll let you wait till it comes up.
Very deep structure
I'm not
here.
missing. I'm gonna see.
I understand that, but I don't want to give you info for 30 extra minutes.
Fair enough.
I felt bad that I told George. I was like, what am I doing? Then I opened ace queen and I'm like, he's gonna 3-bet me this time.
What's that? Or did you say something? No, never mind.
No, I'm saying about your crease or whatever you had saw on a couple of times.
Yeah.
Listen, Joel, if you don't want your ace queens, I'll take all of them.
Yeah. Well, hey, Jamie, if you don't want your jacks, I'll take all of them.
I mean,
Taking the narrative back.
it's fine. You can have all the jacks.
All right, thank you.
It's kings that I hate.
250 raise. Fold, seat 3, fold, seat 4, fold. No. Seat 5, fold.
I know what you
250?
had. One? I know what you One.
Yes.
Call?
Oh, one.
Yeah.
Justin going to open it up under the gun with the queen jack offsuit, and little does he know that the same hand is going to wake up in the big blind here, and they're both going to flop a gut shot on 8-9-6. Both players holding the exact same suits.
He could raise. We're going to the mat with my hand.
Yeah. King, queen suited.
It was suited. Wasn't quite that good.
They're both going to be content to go check, check. And 9 of hearts going to roll off on the turn. So Justin checked back the turn. The ace of diamonds rolls off on the river and feels like a spot where Justin's probably going to want to rep this ace. We can obviously see the cards, but when it goes check all the way to the river, it just feels like an ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack type holding that, you know, maybe we can get Joel off a queen-high type hand.
I put him on queen jack.
I see. What do you know that I don't know? And
no chop pots. We don't like chop pots at this table.
He asked me if I had sevens.
I know Joel doesn't like a chop pot for sure.
Sweat it out.
But Justin takes it down. Nice hand, Justin.
Sweat it out, I said.
I thought he mumbled big slick. But I don't know.
I either made a fucking, like, good fold or not. I don't know. I guess I'll see.
He didn't say.
We'll find out.
And you guys are in my blinds. Justin has his out. 3, fold, 4, fold. One fold.
It's 250.
Call. Thank you. Two players.
So if you're going to open the button with the ace-9 offsuit, flopping your opponent dead is never a problem, that's for sure. But let's see if there's any path to getting even the tiniest bit of value out of Justin here. But he goes in, checks back, and look at that. Justin makes a pair on the turn. I don't know if George is going to be able to get much, but he may be able to get a couple chips.
Bet 300.
George going to go for a little bit of value here. Roughly half pot is the sizing. 300,000 over to Justin.
Kelly, this chip is bothering me. I was hungry.
Yeah. That was my first thought too. Someone took a bite out of it.
Yeah.
That was the 5K chip? So it's like a
yeah, it's one of the blue
4,500.
ones,
He should bet
yeah.
that, and it's
No, 'cause I don't
4,500.
I agree, 100%.
She's gonna bring me one and give it to her.
Yeah, I'll give you.
She's gonna change it. It keeps coming back around. You want it? You can have it. It just keeps coming back around. It's just, you know, everybody gets a turn.
Carlos is what we call a high maintenance player.
Yeah.
Kelly, I don't like how this
my
chip looks when I'm getting $400,000. I don't like it.
Listen, I know I got 75K locked up, but if you could just swap out this blue chip for me,
Yeah,
I'd really
it's an eyesore.
appreciate it. Yeah. It just doesn't quite shuffle right.
Nick Kane in chat says, Carlos, I need a loan. Yeah, if he's dealing, this hurts your tips for a little while, you know? Players are a little salty.
Oh, no question.
It's like, you don't need this dollar.
Andrew raised it up here under the gun with the KJ off. And George in the cutoff with a very nice hand. Gonna call. Joel on the button. The 4 is gonna call. And Justin gets out of the way, and I think this may be good enough for Carlos to at least see a flop with.
Please suited. Chat is confirming that Carlos is a diva, by the way.
Nice.
Can I have a blue chip, please?
Carlos, let it go. Okay. So we're gonna be three-handed to three ways to a flop here.
Carlos is like actually going to go change his chip. He's really concerned. He's like, I don't even want to see a flop with his hand. I just want a different chip.
7-5, 3, 2 clubs. Not gonna be much out there for either player. But Joel gonna flop a pair and a gutter, basically. 5 on the turn. 4's probably feeling a little bit better here.
$550. Five folds.
Andrew going to put in that delayed C bet. 550,000 is the price to go. And like I said, Joel has to be feeling quite a bit better about those pocket 4s. Let's see if he wants to call here.
10 seconds.
Wow, he's got him. Yeah, he's just going to muck. Andrew getting it done.
Thank you.
With just king high.
Thank you. Enjoy your break.
And that's going to be our last hand before break. These players going to step away from the table for 15 minutes, and so are we. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back.
All right, it has all come down to this, the final table at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship, powered by BetMGM Poker. From 689 entries to our final 6.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Set me free. holding me. No time to sleep. The daylight's coming fast and it's counting on me.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, later this week. Set your picks and shoot your shot. And turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
And we are back. Borgata Spring Poker Open Championship final table. 5 players remain. My name is Jeremy Geist, joined in the booth by Jamie Kerstetter.
What's up, guys?
We've had a good final table so far. It has stayed 5-handed for quite a bit now. It feels like it was a long time ago that we lost our 6th place
We're
player.
having a replay of yesterday.
Yeah, right?
Where it's like someone busts and then it's like hours later and you're like, who busted? What place is that? I don't remember that guy.
We haven't
been way too long.
Yeah, I've obviously praised the dealers completely, but they haven't dealt us a single cooler this whole time. We need to see some clashing hands here.
Imagine being one of the blame the dealers people.
Oh my
It would be so
gosh.
funny.
Oh my gosh.
I'm considering just starting that shtick.
It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah.
Just like pointing at someone in the hall, like, she didn't even give me better than Jax today. Do you believe that?
Can you believe she put that 6 on the turn? Like, how was I supposed to know he was going to hit a set? That's ridiculous.
All right, so we're asking for some blood. We're getting a little bit. We got 5s versus 9s, blind versus blind.
Got some pairs. Blind versus blind. Andrew thinks he's got a hand good enough to put some more money in the pot. He's going to put in that raise up to 525. Even blind versus blind, where we're trying to take down that ante, this is on the bigger side.
Yeah, this is the preferred size.
Yeah.
You're going over 3x when it's lent to you.
2.2.
Whoa.
Oh, wow, this is trouble for Carlos.
Whoa.
This is trouble.
That is a 4x 3-bet.
You're putting Andrew in a really, really terrible spot right now,
Oh,
but he's
man.
also roughly 30 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
And we're blind versus blind pocket 9s. This is not a hand I'm ever looking to fold this deep.
And we now know what Carlos planned on doing by becoming the chip leader. He's not letting anybody take these pots down easy. I respect it. That is a big 3-bet.
Was that a time extension?
I'm guessing time extension, yeah.
All in.
Yeah. This is...
Woof.
Yeah, count, please.
This is trouble for Carlos. I think he's going to go for a fold, but the 3-bet could have been smaller, so he wasted a little bit with his 3-bet size. He may just decide he's priced in because of it, though. That's where it's big trouble.
$2.2 was the 3-bet. I mean, he's going to have to put in another 3.2 million chips.
5.3, 5.4.
Yeah, the problem with it, look, we're seeing that he obviously doesn't have the odds to call versus 9s, but you're going to be up against a lot of ace-king and ace-queen.
Right. What a gentleman. He even lets the dealer know, start the clock on me.
But yeah, this is a mistake. Carlos is not going to be happy with this hand just because the 3-bet size could be way smaller. You also with 5s, I think I'd rather limp call and try to bad beat Andrew when he's got a good hand. Man, this is brutal.
I got to be honest, I wasn't expecting a 4-bet pot with 5s versus 9s, blind versus blind. This is a very interesting spot here.
He makes the call?
Wow.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, Carlos in rough shape now.
My goodness.
He's going to have to find... I mean, if he finds another 5, he's just got every chip. But
Wow. Big run out coming here. This is for the chip lead by a mile. And the 9 comes on the Jack 9-7 board. Carlos essentially drawing dead and now is drawing dead on the Ace of Hearts turn.
Yeah, it's a really rough way to lose a lot of your chips.
He's going to want that 4-bet back.
Just got to, like, Men in Black mind erase this one, right? And just pretend you had kings. You know, you would have lost, you hit a set, okay?
And as we talked about, though, look, one hand and Carlos goes from chip leader to doubling up the short stack into the chip leader. Andrew Vore, 69 big blinds. Nice. Carlos.
17. Oh, this one hurts so bad. Man. He's Carlos, such a nice guy.
Yeah,
this is one of those, like, snap. It felt like a fast decision, too.
Yeah,
he's gonna
one misstep, and I know he's going to want to be really just taking that 3-bet back, you know. Once
yeah, like just PLC the flop, check fold.
I guess I had a bad read.
What's that?
No, not this time.
It happened.
Half an hour ago. I just thought he was strong. I didn't even bother. I just folded.
And by the way, I think this is the first time in a couple hours that we have had a player at the table under 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. These guys have been not only very even, but very deep this entire final table. And so, yeah, this is going to add a new dynamic into the table, having somebody that could be putting in jams over top of opens, you know. Justin going to raise up the cutoff here with a suited ace. Unfortunately, just not going to have any customers behind.
It's kind of rough for Carlos also. They just got back from a break because you kind of need a break. You want to walk around. You're like, what just happened? Regroup. Go put your 17 big ones to work. But
I know. I swear, we keep seeing these really big hands that very first hand after break.
Well, I think part of it was that I just yelled at the dealer and I was like, look, you haven't busted anyone.
Right.
And they said, sorry.
Okay, good. I'm glad you let them know. Thank you for having that conversation. If you didn't do it, I was going to do it. Right. So thanks, dealers. Appreciate you guys. I also know that it was the dealers that made Carlos put in the 3-bet, too.
For real?
So, yeah, thank you. We're obviously joking, guys. The dealers have
Maybe
been.
you're joking.
I knew one of us was
The
going to
dealers have been absolutely fantastic this entire time. They're in their hand shuffling and get tons of hands out, and just doing a really great job. But another one down the drain there. Not a lot for any of the players to tangle with.
Oh man, I just want to talk more about that hand. Like if Carlos just made it at 1.5, let's say he just made it at 1.5.
That's the other portion
he could
of it.
fold. He would get jammed on and he'd go, all right, I just fold. It's just because he went 2.2 that he's like, well, I'm just gonna count all the combos of ace king and ace queen and just hope he's got one of those.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Andrew's size was certainly on the larger size for just a blind versus blind raise, and then, yeah, Carlos goes with a 4x 3-bet. It's just, yeah. Very, very interesting hand. And then, yeah, you're right, when Andrew jams it in there, it's just so committing.
Yeah. I would say from the small, if you limp the small and big blind goes like 3.5, when they do that, they're going to have obviously all their strong hands. They're also going to have a lot of the like big card, small card combos that they're turning into 3-bet bluffs. So with that, your small blind 3-bet size can be pretty small because you're up against either bluffs or nuts.
Yeah.
So you don't have to go 2.2 million, you know, like you're going to hear back from the ones that aren't bluffs, and the ones that are bluffs will probably fold to 1.5.
Yeah.
It's just brutal. That's just, it's like a rough way to lose that huge of a chunk.
Yeah. But just as the way that Andrew
How many stacks do you think you have?
10 seconds.
can double into the chip lead, Carlos can double his way right back into a very healthy stack. But we got to get back into
it again and again, for sure.
But we got to get back into this. Andrew raising in the cutoff with ace-king offsuit. Justin going to 3-bet
all in
out of the big blind with ace-6, and
yeah, bad news for Justin.
Yeah.
He just turned that ace-6 offsuit into a 3-bet bluff. I like it.
But I like what Andrew's doing right off the bat with that newfound chip lead. He is saying, I am shutting this down immediately. If you want to play, you are playing for all your chips. Now, obviously, he had ace-king there, but I would not be surprised if we see him doing some similar things with some less premium holdings, you know?
I'm watching, sometimes chat doesn't realize that they're behind, like someone in chat. I do this too sometimes.
Right.
Like you'll pause the stream and forget that you paused it for 2 minutes. So someone in chat is like live responding to the 9s versus 5s hand, not realizing it was like 10 minutes ago. It's pretty funny. I see you entranced. You're just on a little bit of a delay.
Hit that live button in the bottom corner of the screen.
6 folds, 7 folds.
If anybody's just joining us, Borgata Spring Poker Open Championship final table here. Jamie Kerstetter and Jeremy Geist in the booth. We're going to be here till we crown a champion, guys.
We are caffeinated.
That entire 24-ounce latte got dranken.
You guys are going to see. We're starting to say things like drankin'.
Yeah.
So we are
I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that one. I wish I could take that one back. Dang it.
But some of you guys who were up with us till about 3:30 in the morning last night, you guys understand. You're the real ones in here. We have been caffeinating, and we are. This is why now we're saying like 100,000 words per minute. Anybody want to ride bikes?
Down. That was a cool one by Justin there. I believe he limp raised, limp 3-bet? Or maybe he just raised the small blind. Regardless, I think he was holding 8-3 suited, so whatever it was, he got aggressive and got it through against the short stack of Carlos.
He wasn't buying.
Wasn't buying what you were selling?
guess I could have checked again.
I have to give Andrew credit with the 9s too. It's an uncomfortable spot that he went with there.
Yeah.
And he's made some like really, really disciplined, possibly too tight folds.
Right.
Over the course of his final table, and that one he just took a stand at like the perfect time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, right. Because pocket tens, you know, could
be up against it.
Right. You know, or jacks.
Aces, kings. I mean, Carlos.
Yeah. Well, but what I mean is when Carlos goes into the tank, you know, you could be up against tens. You know, you don't
be
don't
tanky
know.
with tens.
Right,
that would
right.
be so
Wouldn't
painful.
that be brutal?
Like, oh, I faded the snap. Never mind.
Yeah. Yep.
Fold. Fold. 6 folds.
Oh, closer that time. That was a good toss.
Sorry, guys. Had to take a pause for a second. There was very important business going
it's like
on.
a pause.
Pause. Yes.
It's a dog video.
Took a pause. Yeah, very important business happening behind the scenes. Jamie showing me.
I need to break it up.
A short video of her dog.
No, they need blues.
All blues?
Well, no, just 5. Take 1.
Perfect. Thank you.
Tommy, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Justin with 9-6 of puppy paws. You've heard that, right? Puppy paws. I think I couldn't believe it. Took me like maybe last year was the first time I heard it, and I was like, how have I never heard this before?
My favorite way to say it is puppy feet.
Puppy feet.
Got a lot of puppy feet out there.
That's
yeah.
Cute.
Someone's paying attention.
Actually got Andrew. I apologize. And 7 raises 525.
Andrew's gonna raise up his queen deuce suited from the small blind, about 3.5x. George in the big blind with the mystery hand again. I'll let it go. It's Andrew's hour right now.
It really is. And that's what I was saying. He, you know, the last time we saw a big hand from him, he happened to be holding ace-king. He had the goods against Justin, but I assume we're going to see him,
opening up.
Yeah, really imposing his will here with that big stack. He has not given us any other reason to think that he is anything but an experienced player, and I really think he's going to figure out a way to start accumulating chips here.
Sure, we saw it yesterday. He had a couple hours where he was putting on a clinic.
Well, and this is even more of a situation like that because now he has a short stack at the table too. So he
and
can
now
just,
the pay jump's even bigger.
Oh yeah, and he can get really aggressive with those middling stacks. You want to hang around till you know the short stack busts? Then guess what? I'm going to charge you for it.
Let's see how loose we're going to get. 7-6 offsuit from the button. He's going to raise it up.
Yes, he is. George in the small blind been very quiet over the past few hands, but admittedly, or the past few orbits really, but admittedly been dealt out quite a bit. Hasn't had a ton to work with here.
I would probably be playing pretty tight right now against the chip leader out of position.
Right.
He's in a really good spot right now to pay jump. He's got 2 shorter stacks than him.
Okay, you're good.
But he's deciding to take queen 9 suited to the flop.
He plays.
Oh, where's the big blind?
Joe owes you 160.
That's what I was asking.
Sorry.
I think Joel may have folded his big blind not knowing that he was the big blind. Bummer.
Ace 4-8. Not a ton for either players other than a gut shot for Andrew.
Pretty nice board considering for Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
He's the pre-flop raiser, can represent the ace. And if he c-bets and he gets action, he's got that insurance policy hitting a 5.
Yeah. Yeah, he can pretty much bet with immunity here. And he does 200,000. Really only about 20% pot, but I think it's just going to get the job done.
Yeah, so I looked at it. I wanted to get something.
Never know with George.
True.
I think it should get the job done. But
double backdoor possibility, but ooh boy.
George don't care.
Oh boy. Oh goodness. Did he pump fake? Ah, pump fake.
I believed it.
George. I thought you were going for it,
we're
buddy.
going like 1.2. But he thinks about it, lets it go. I mean, I think he is aware of the situation that he's in with the 2 shorter stacks, not wanting to tangle with the big one.
Right.
Someone give Carlos a hug. Like his rail, go give him a hug. He needs it. Beating himself up for sure.
You are 1 double away from being right back in the middle of the pack, my friend. Don't.
And you have 75K locked up.
Yeah,
like if you save your mistakes to the
Yeah.
point in the tournament where you're 75K locked up, you did a good job.
Yeah. You bring up a very good point. Andrew Vore just really gaining some ground on the rest of the field. 82 big blinds. The next closest stack is George Kane at 31.
This is starting to get fun.
Yeah,
this is the distribution where Andrew gets to start mashing. If we even go up 1 more blind level, he can mash George and Justin.
Yep. And he has really the 2 players to his left that he wants. You know, if Carlos is to his left, he can't get as aggro about, you know, jamming the button. Exactly, or just jamming the button, whereas now he can really just put max pressure on both of the players to his left, George and Joel.
And you see he's starting to open the cutoff with Queen 8 offsuit.
Yep. Let's go, dude.
Joel's in a small blind with 21 big blinds. What you do with ace-10 off here depends a lot on what you think Andrew's doing.
325.
If you think Andrew's getting way out of line, like he's going to be opening every single hand, you jam this and you don't regret it. It's just, hey, I'm going to pick up some chips. I'm going to put a little more space between me and the shortest stack.
Yeah.
But he's going to play it a little bit more conservatively. Just not really an enviable position to be playing out of position versus the chip leader here, though. Queen Jack 5. It is just Andrew's time right now. Flops the gut shot with his ace-10.
That's 250.
Goes a quarter pot. A little more interesting if Joel's holding the ace of hearts, but you just don't really want to bleed chips right now. He's gonna peel. He's gonna pray for the king or an ace.
I gotta be honest, I don't love this.
No, I don't really love it pre-flop either.
Chips are so precious.
Pre-flop, I think it's fine if he's suited. I think this might be just a little bit loose.
He's gonna turn open-ended, but man, that 3rd heart comes out.
He's checking. He's like, was that the ace of hearts? Ugh,
Bummer.
no. Wrong shape.
He's got 9 outs to a win, but has no idea what Andrew's holding on to right now, so.
This should buy a check back, though.
I would think.
Top pair is a little more than a bluff catcher on a board this wet. And king of hearts.
Wow.
Ace-10, best hand, but 4 hearts out there.
So Joel goes ahead and makes Broadway. He's gonna check.
At this point, Andrew knows his hand is no good.
Yeah.
Can he pull the trigger?
Checks it back. Yeah.
Seat 1.
Gets the bad news.
It's not ace sides Broadway.
Somebody in the chat said Andrew's been running great online in PA, and it's carried over to live in New Jersey. Somebody drop in the chat what Andrew's screen name is and where he plays. There's 3 different operators in Pennsylvania, and I am on all of them, so I'm curious. I'm curious what his screen name is and how much he has owned me over the last over the last year or so.
Looking at the chip counts, Andrew more than double second place. Carlos down to 14 big blinds. George hasn't had a whole lot to work with lately.
You want all of them?
Yeah.
But Joel on the button with Jack 9 suited.
I'll count it.
He's gonna lay it down. He's, you know, field player.
Yeah.
Jack 9 suited is a very nice hand.
Yeah.
I would open that on the button here all the time.
It's interesting.
He's definitely worried about like Carlos jamming on him, but you have to realize like he's not gonna wake up with a hand to jam with often enough to fold that tight.
Ah, okay. This is all making more sense now. Yesterday in the chat, I saw multiple people saying Rand, R-A-N-D. They kept saying Rand, like almost chanting for it, and I had no idea. There was no Randy at the table, so I was like, who are they talking about? Yeah, they were talking about Andrew, Rand 10. I have played with him. Admittedly, not a lot of hands, but I do recall. Yeah, he plays a lot of tournaments online.
I just did. It's on him.
Justin's going to take down a small one. I want to mention, you guys, if you're watching this make you want to play some poker. Borgata's having the 100 Days of Summer starting May 26th, running all the way to September 2nd. It's a $100,000 leaderboard challenge. Over $1.7 million in guarantees. Top 20 players are going to earn cash prizes. First place, $25,000. And they're adding 2 Borgata Poker Open Championship seats. That'll take place in September.
Yeah, guys, this is a no-brainer. If you are a, call it a mid-stakes grinder and Vegas trip is just not in the cards this year, you can grind and really get added value that Borgata is just throwing in the bin for you guys with this leaderboard. Really, really cool. Somebody is going to have a really good series anyways and then just pocket an extra 25K on top of that. Really sweet.
Not too shabby. And you get to spend you bust, you go to the beach.
Yeah.
It's a little different than Vegas where you bust and you go to the desert. For me, I don't know, I'm very fair-skinned. I'd rather be here than roasting in the desert.
Fair enough. I am as well.
I know. I looked at you to be like, I know I'm getting backed up on this one. I like think about the sun too much. I get burned.
I am the same way.
Joel in the cutoff wakes up with ace-queen offsuit. Andrew in the big blind, ace-7. Does he turn this into a 3-bet bluff? Is there maximum pressure on Joel? Says yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And we saw Joel just pitch the ace-queen offsuit earlier to a 3-bet from Carlos incorrectly. Wonder if he's still feeling a little snake bit from that.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. But he has to know that Andrew's going to be getting a little out of line here.
Oh, this is I'm jamming this all day.
100%.
Of course, you got Carlos there, much shorter than you. And you want to make that pay jump, but you kind of give up your chance to win the tournament when you pass up on spots like this just to make a pay jump.
Absolutely. This is really one of the very specific ones where it's like, look, I know there's a shorter stack, but this is such a good opportunity. There it is.
He finds the all in this time.
Good job, Joel. Good job. Let's shut this down right away.
They call ace-queen the parking lot hand, but everybody knows it's really jacks.
Good karma.
Somebody in the chat saying Andrew is somewhat of a Carnegie Mellon legend.
160, not 180.
So I'm guessing he was really getting after it in college too.
No, put those 2 in and take a red.
Thank God you're on the table. He's the player coach.
Still under the gun with pocket fours. Kind of folds. Justin now 9-8 suited. Gonna let it go. And Carlos. About 12 big blinds. Pocket tens, nice looking hand.
This is gonna go in.
This is a spot where I don't mind making like a 3x raise, and then somehow if it goes like Andrew goes nuts, George goes nuts, you fold and you give yourself a chance, but he just jams all in. Andrew with
1.97.
1.97.
Andrew with a real decision. He certainly can afford it.
It's what, about 13 big blinds, something like that? Yeah.
A little bit less even. King Queen suited
1.9
is looking pretty good right now.
As the chip leader.
Carlos definitely has hands like King 10, King Jack, Queen 10, Queen Jack in his range, and he's gonna take a little bit of time.
Having George as the wild card behind you might be a thought, but yeah, just call is good. You don't need to click it or anything like that.
You're basically committed to George's stack anyway. It's like 40% of his stack.
Right. No dice. That's going to go in the muck, and we're going to have a flip.
I was flipping to get right back in this one, though.
That's what I'm saying. All he's got to do is hold here, and he is going to be right back in the middle of the pack. Big run out coming here. Can Carlos get the double to stay in? All players have $75,000 locked up at this moment, but that next pay jump is no joke. About a 25K pay jump here. Safe flop for the tens.
Oh, this is the dealer that rips it real fast.
Yes, no sweat. 10 on the turn.
You see it right.
And Carlos right back in the mix, gonna get the pure double.
4.2 million. Let's go, Carlos.
Let's go.
I really like this dealer. She peeled the 10 real fast, and then once it was locked up, the river real slow.
I'll take it. That's right. It was that very first hand of the day yesterday. Her just ripping off that whole flop. We didn't even know what happened. All right, so here we go.
No, it was
Carlos and Justin now both sitting with 26 big blinds. Justin Vaseman sitting at 29, Joel at 33, but our chip leader at the table right now, Andrew Vore with 59 big blinds. He has been pretty much imposing his will on the rest of the table, has about double the next person.
And he just lost the flip. He would have had 85 big blinds.
How about
had
that?
the King Queen suited come home.
Yep.
You're big, Joe.
All right.
I'm so used to regular almond.
I'm not leaving again.
Your Carlos is real, talking him down. All right, man.
I'm cool.
Deep breath, everything's good.
It was terrible, though. I should have made it like 1.3 and mucked.
He knows.
Carlos knows.
He knows the sins that
Carlos
he committed.
knows, yeah.
Keeps raising me.
Like we said, I think he's going to want to have taken that one back, but
It would have been worse, but I would have made the move if I opened.
Street run checks. Two players.
It's different if I open because then I move in. I don't know what he does. Five.
10-10 deuce, 2 spades on this limp pot, blind versus blind.
Right now.
Neither player going to have a whole lot to continue with here. He's going to go check. Say to put chips in the pot with. 6 on the turn, going to give Joel a gut shot. But George with king high still has the best hand. He's going to check, and let's see if Joel may want to try and take this one away.
C1 bets 350.
Going to go about 70% pot and get it through. Nice job, Joel. Picking up some chips.
Nice hand, right? Fucking blind versus blind, I hate it.
That's good.
So much to get in with that hand. It's funny, if I open and you 3-bet me, then I move in.
Then you move in?
Yeah.
Oh, and then I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah, it changes everything.
Yeah.
Blind versus blind, I don't think you're folding, though.
Yeah, probably not, although. I mean, either way, it's uncomfortable, very uncomfortable.
Yeah, for either one, but nice.
I think it's kind of funny that George can finally have a conversation with Andrew about that now that he got the double and he's back up in reasonable spot. He can kind of say, oh, you know, if I would have done it this way.
It definitely takes Carlos like winning a hand to like be able to breathe.
Oh, of
I know that
course.
feeling of,
Of
like where
course.
you're like, I can't breathe. Like when poker players
yeah.
started to say that, I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, that is the feeling.
No, I really just, it's like nice to see that he can, you know, take a breath for
Yeah.
a second and kind of recap that hand with Andrew because
So you clearly
yeah, that was a tough
for a
one,
second,
but he's
I'm like,
back in the
oh, now
mix.
he's gonna say it.
We're doing good.
You're like just over 4 now,
I
right?
don't really
What's
think.
up?
Like you're like a little over 4 now then. Right?
Well, let's see. I had 1.970.
He's giving the entire history of his stack.
Wait, what, you said one what?
And then
Said
what
I
happened?
had 1.970.
Oh,
so yes, I would have a little bit over 4.
Just practicing.
I like
Do it enough times.
Everybody has that friend where you see them in the hallway of a tournament on a break, and you're like, "Hey, man, how you doing?" He's like, "Well, I had 400,000, and now I have 120." And I'm like, "Okay, I don't need like the history of your chips."
How do I have kings and they flop Broadway
Yeah,
there?
I'm like, it was just polite small talk where I just go, "Oh, you're good luck,"
Yeah.
but instead you get trapped the whole break.
Again, we can fix all of this with the bad beat kiosk in
Yes,
the hallway.
exactly.
You just go right to the kiosk, you tell them your bad beat story, you pay $5, and
Yeah.
for $10, I'll tell you played it perfect.
Sure. And honestly, people may say a lot about like, oh, is it easier or harder to be a woman in poker? That is one spot where it's definitely harder. I've definitely been told more bad beat stories than you have.
Oh, I bet.
Like by orders of magnitude.
Oh, I bet.
Because a lot of times,
100%.
like a guy's looking for a girl to be like, aw.
I know.
But I'm not doing that anymore. I'm gonna go. You deserved it.
Yep. Tell them they played it poorly. Maybe you should just play your hand better next time,
Yeah.
buddy.
Maybe your karma's bad because you're a jerk who
There
tells
you
bad
go.
beat stories.
I agree.
So we got somewhat of a hand matchup right now. Joel raising the button with ace-8 offsuit.
3.6.
And Justin is going for the 3-bet.
From seat 4.
Looks like for most of his chips. Gonna get through.
Oh, man.
What are you, old Manning?
My friend and former player from the feature table just messaged me. Justin Lett said, has it been mentioned in chat how Andrew won the MGM High Roller online 3 months in a row?
Did you go like this that time?
No, not
So the MGM runs a High Roller
Like
every
once
month.
a month?
Yeah.
And he won it 3 times in a row?
3 months in a row. That's
At some point, everyone else should stop playing.
yeah. That's sick.
How much is that for? What do they get, like 30 players? Or?
I'm not sure, admittedly. I mean, it's a little bit out of the range that I play, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure what those prize pools look like. But thanks for that info, Justin. That is sick. Yeah, Andrew.
I was expecting majors.
Relax,
Very
buddy.
nice.
Yeah, very nice.
The 3-peat is hard to get.
Let him live. Also, Andrew, if your chops are like that, I want to see you on the hybrid final table. That's my challenge for you, my friend.
Or Brian Wood will go for the 3-peat
Yeah.
this time.
Double down.
Six folds.
A little bit of a chip redistribution. Carlos at
You still don't get it
24.
right.
Really,
180, bro.
the four stacks are really jockeying for position right now. Andrew's still way ahead, almost 2 times second place, but everyone else is pretty close to even.
There's no missing them.
I'm just putting yellow out there.
Just making sure you're on your A game.
Andrew's sitting with 10 million even. I will never complain about having that in my stack. Joe with a pair of 8s under the gun. He's currently sitting middle to top of the pack, and
220.
320.
gonna come in for a raise.
225.
Oh, 320 is good.
Oh, we do have it.
Yeah, we still have.
320.
Yeah, it's all good.
320 is what I want. Seat 4 folds.
Carlos with a pretty hand on the button here. King, queen suited.
About 24 big blinds, if I'm counting correctly, a little bit less.
C6 calls 320.
Andrew in the small, thinking about, can I vacuum up all these chips with a 3-bet? Hand is not the worst candidate to do it with.
No.
Thinks better of it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Under the gun raise, button flat. Probably pick a better spot.
The reason it's a nice spot, though, is Joel's got to worry about Carlos busting.
Sure.
And covers by a decent amount at this point.
Two players.
Jack, deuce, deuce, rainbow. No diamonds for Carlos. Pocket 8 still best. But he's going to check it over.
C3 checks.
Hoping that Carlos
C3 checks.
bluffs at it, but he doesn't. Kind of clubs on the turn. Carlos picks up a gut shot.
180. Seat 1 bets 180. Six calls 180.
We're gonna see a river. Ace of spades. A little more likely to have an ace as a pre-flop raiser.
$580.
C1 bets 580.
He's gonna turn his 8s into a bluff.
Listen.
Bluffing with the best hand. You guys can't see it, but Jamie, I'm definitely blowing up her spot here. Jumped out of the booth to grab a slice of pizza and is now back. You're not going to hear from her for a second. She's going to get to finish that slice for sure.
Well, I can't count.
I made a grave error. I thought this was like a white pizza that had Borgata cheese. I took a big bite, and that's definitely like goat cheese. And
Oh,
I'm like,
no. Oh, no.
I'm not enjoying this. I made a mistake. I thought I was being all sneaky, but you called me out anyway. I wouldn't have missed a beat.
Yeah, so not much of a hand here. Andrew's going to raise the button, but you were asking about what he won in those 3 months in a row. And please mind you that these are the smaller player pools in Pennsylvania. We are geo-locked in Pennsylvania where we can only play with other players. So we don't have the biggest prize pools in the world. But he won a $2,500 for $45,000, a 1K for $30K, and then another 1K for $30K. So he's just ripped off close to $100K on one singular online operator in Pennsylvania in the past 3 months. That is
To
big.
be totally honest, I would never have thought Pennsylvania pools were that big.
I mean, that's the thing. They're not. Kudos to BetMGM for putting some good guarantees, but yeah.
And they must run a lot of satellites
Right.
to those events. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's my friend Justin said, he's like, I wasn't sure whether he was just on a sun run or whether he's the GOAT, but I think he might be the GOAT.
Could be both.
8 folds.
That's when goats run good.
Yeah.
That's when they just become millionaires.
And while we have a moment here, guys, if you're looking for all the coverage of this event and all the other ones from the Borgata Spring Poker Open, please head over to poker.org and check out all the coverage.
Don't do it, guys.
From my man Matt Hansen and Paul Orstein, who have been out there getting it done, doing
It's
the
a trick,
hard
guys.
work.
Jeremy's just trying to get you to look at the company he works for. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You know what? I deserve that. I blew up your spot about the pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's
I'm
fair.
Retaliating.
That's fair.
That was not what I wanted from that slice. I just ate the crust and abandoned.
I just had 2 small slices because I was really afraid I was going to fall asleep in the booth if I ate like one of those entire pizzas.
I'm doing right now. I'm managing like sleepiness and hangriness.
Yeah.
And you have to. It's a fine line.
It is a fine line. I am very susceptible to getting hangry myself. My wife will tell you the same thing.
So we see that Andrew's getting after it, raising 10-5 suited in the cutoff. Justin defends the big blind, pocket sixes. And Andrew outflops him with the 10 and then turns the flush draw to go with it. Have spades. Pair of 10s for Andrew's good. Justin perhaps considering teeny little block bet, goes for a check.
Oh, and Andrew actually rivered 2 pair.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I know. I was just kind of ignoring that the 10 rag, you know.
Seven bets, 400.
Gonna go for value. I'd be tempted to hero this one. Checks all the way through.
Me too. Chips are just so important at this point, you know.
Saving those
I
chips
get
is really
it.
important.
Yeah, I understand, but I would be tempted
that
too.
That feeling
but
of like the chip leader getting away with murder is so annoying that I feel like I just put on a cape a little too often.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way, and it's rough.
All right, one thing I want to give Borgata credit for. Lots of things I want to give him credit for, but one of them is massive overlay in this tournament.
Yeah.
It hurts for them to give away a bunch of money, right? Over $200,000. They still do the nice thing of like giving away a bunch of free dinners.
Yeah.
Like when the room was full. I mean, what is that? That's a few $1,000s worth of dinner vouchers right there.
No, the patented Borgata Min Cash.
Yeah, you get your $10 dinner voucher.
Yeah, man, I look forward to that for sure. But
Is that the pair good there?
yeah, on top of it, you know. This is such a good event.
What about
really good structure and everything, and you know they We've seen some operators over the past couple years here kind of welch on some
yeah, they made guarantee not mean what it was supposed to mean.
And the Borgata made the guarantee mean what it meant, and they ponied up, and these players are getting an excellent tournament because of it, and we really appreciate it.
And next series, they're going to just cut Jeremy and get some of that money back.
I can't blame them.
Come in and just have a booth.
This is awkward, Jeremy. Sorry about that, buddy.
It's okay. I'll just call the action in my room like I usually do anyway.
How did you know that I do that? Joel gonna open the button here with King Jack offsuit. Justin in the small blind with a hand he may want to get spicy with, but at the same time, the offsuit variety shrivels up quite a bit, and you don't want to get too spicy with some shorter stacks at the table.
Yeah,
he's gonna let it go.
He's been preserving his stack pretty nicely.
Justin's been doing really well. Yeah, I didn't know till the graphic that Justin and I live in. I wonder how close we live to each other. We're both from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania.
Well, he's about to move into a bigger house.
That's true. You're right. How do you know I don't live in a big house? Maybe he's going to move closer to me. All right, I'm lying. I don't live in a big house. Sorry about that.
I think that would be really adorable if someone's just like extremely, extremely wealthy, and then they're just like they just commentate for fun.
Yeah.
You're just like I think it's cool. I like watching poker up close on this monitor.
I like talking about it.
Yeah. Actually, that's probably the part. If I ever got like very wealthy, like won Powerball or something.
Right.
I don't even buy Powerball tickets.
Right.
I still think it'd be fun to do this once in a while.
Oh yeah.
I would have abandoned you at midnight last night.
Oh,
There's no shot at 3:30 in the morning. I'm still hanging around. I'd be like, listen, man, I'm too rich for this.
You reserve the right to do that when you're that rich, you know. I'm bored now. I'm gonna head out. See you guys. Have fun, Jeremy.
I'll just pay like Phil Ivey $50K to fly in and take care of the rest.
Please? Promise? Promise? Joel in the cutoff with a real one. Ace Queen gonna go upstairs. 350,000. And Carlos in the small blind with a dominated hand. King Queen offsuit. Sitting on just under 20 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a spot that I'm probably not going to pass up. I think that Joel is fairly active.
Yeah.
You are the short stack by quite a bit now. Blinds are probably going up in half hour or so. I don't know. It's just a good spot. You got King Queen. You block a lot of good hands.
And I mean, King Queen is a good hand in itself. You can still be flipping with 8s and 7s and all that. Like, yeah.
Also, just this 750K in the middle you pick up when Joel was raising nonsense.
There it is.
It's so important to you.
There it is. He's going to move in, and I don't see Joel getting away from that. And I think we are going to go to a full board.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short there, pal. He said 2.54.
3,040,000.
I mean,
2, 5.
I guess I should say we don't really know how Joel considers a spot like this. This is a pretty big jam, but I think Ace Queen's just too good to not call off.
Ace Queen is too good.
Yeah.
This is, you have to call.
Yep, there it is. And here we go. Carlos gonna get the bad news. He is pretty bad shape. About a 78% to 22%.
That's fine too.
Full board we are going to see.
Little bit of life though. Ace 10-9, Joel flopping an ace, Carlos with the gut shot.
One more deuce would be good.
Deuce on the turn, not going to change anything. He's going to need a jack and only a jack.
Nope.
Listen,
and it will not come. Carlos, we have absolutely enjoyed watching you on the table. You had a lot of love in the chat, and you are going to take home $75,000 for your effort. Not a bad payday, my friend, and an excellent showing, sir. A lot to be proud of. Good game.
Nice to see
Tried to help you out there.
just a long-time Borgata reg take home a big chunk of this prize pool.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Just like that, Joel, who I believe came into our day as the chip leader,
I'll give you a walk in the C note sometime.
is probably going to be back up around that range. I'm going to think that Andrew is still probably the chip leader, but Joel definitely gaining some ground there. And we now have a couple of smaller stacks in George and Justin.
Just profited an additional $34,000.
Wow. What a pay jump.
I'm pretty sure it's 160.
Andrew's like, whatever, that's just one of the high rollers I won.
We were playing with five for a while. Like there was like a little bit of like tension where it's like you just
And here we look. Okay, yeah, so Andrew's still sitting with the chip lead, 66 big blinds. Joel now moves all the way up to 58 big blinds in second place. George Kane and Justin Vaseman both sitting right around 25 bigs.
I laid down an ace queen to him earlier. Just bad read. Just a min click. Like I opened ace queen, he min clicked me and I folded.
Kind of why I don't stray that far from baseline. Like whatever you're playing normally would be with ace queen. If you're always going to call a hand like that, or if that's a hand that you would like normally 4-bet, and you look and you get like a weird feeling about a guy or read, if it's like so firmly in the call range, you just call anyway.
Yeah, you have
You just can't like,
right?
you don't play with these guys enough. Like it's different if you're a cash game player in like a home game, and you play with the same guy like 100 days of the year. You start relying on those. The reads become actually like worth it, but it's too hard.
Yes.
You know, you're reading stuff you don't know a guy yet.
Okay, thanks.
So Joel gonna wake up under the gun with king queen offsuit. He's gonna put in the raise, and Andrew is going to see a couple of jacks.
I think I have a little over 10.
In the small blind. He's going to just call. Interesting. So I'd be curious to hear what his thinking process is on this. I wonder if it's just Joel with some newly acquired chips. He realizes very quickly he doesn't want to get too tangled up.
You're probably pinpointing exactly what it is. Jack's obviously four-handed, really good hand.
Yeah.
If you 3-bet from the small blind, and let's say Joel 4-bets, you start to hate jacks. Like
Right.
it's not going to be 9s or 10s. That wouldn't make much sense. So he's going to under-rep those jacks instead. Not going to work out too well for him.
I like that George defended his big blind with 3 deuce.
George has a very interesting boredom
really
range.
does.
It's 6 deuce and 3 deuce so far.
Yeah,
Whenever he's
yeah.
been out of the action for like half hour or so, we turn up with one of these.
I've seen him fold like queen 5 to a single raise in the big blind, but
He folded A7 offsuit from the button and 3 deuce offsuit in the big blind. He's like, oh, let's see.
George, you're not predictable. I'll give you that, man.
He's a Rigby fan, man. He's like, I got the dirty diaper.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Now raise this and call out Rigby on stream. No, not too bad. I'm really asking for too much here. But. So Joel gonna continue here. Andrew gonna make the call. Oh, wow.
Crazy, man. That this is quite the turn card. Where'd they find that, Jack?
Where did that come from? So Joel goes ahead and flops top pair. Andrew
And they
continues.
check it through.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez, this isn't real.
Wow.
They check it all the way through, too.
They check through on the turned set for Andrew, and the ace rolls off on the river, giving Joel Broadway, but it puts a 4-liner on the board. Man, this is wild. He's going to block.
This is prime block bet situation.
Yep. Snap call, and he is going to get the bad news. Wow.
There's a lot of ways that could have gotten a lot of ugly.
Yeah, I can't believe
man.
the turn went check. That's really crazy.
So many different ways that hand could have gone. Andrew could have 3-bet pre-flop. He didn't. You know, he went for a flat. Could have led on the turn. I mean, there's just a lot of different ways. Yeah, Joel could have bet. He could have check-raised turn. Yeah, very interesting. But Joel takes it down. And honestly, Andrew doesn't take a huge hit to his stack, but he does fall back into second place as Joel becomes our new chip leader on the table. A spot he was very familiar with yesterday.
Big blind?
I took the end.
Wasn't that just big blind? No? Okay. You just raised last hand.
It was a dead button. Three folds.
There's only 4 of us.
He's the only one up. I got you on here. Oh, awesome. All right. Great.
Blind versus blind, George limps and Joel checks. King 10, 6, 2 diamonds. Each player catching a pair, but Joel with top pair. Blank
7.
on turn. Sorry.
No. I was just coming out of a yawn and trying to talk. Interesting. So George's going to lead. But Joel holding top pair, not going to go anywhere quite yet. 8 on the river. Diamonds brick. Maybe some straight draws get there with a 4-liner out there, but
No, you better not. You're going to raise me, I'm going to be sick to my stomach.
Speaking of yawns, does your dog try to pull the yawn bite? Do you ever get one of those?
Tell me more.
Like where my dog kind of wants to bite me, but knows he's not allowed, so he does like the yawn, and then my hand's just in his mouth a little.
No.
No? That's his patented move.
No, I haven't gotten that one. My dog's funny. She's never really been destructive at all, but she does like to sort of nip you in the butt sometimes and stuff like that when she's trying to get your attention. Like never hard, never, you know what I mean? But
that'll get your attention.
Yeah,
especially because
sure.
your dog is like 800 pounds.
How dare you? She's a svelte girl.
I didn't say she was. She's just a little
she's
husky.
Just a big lady. Little big lady. A good girl.
Jeremy has the largest dog with the biggest paws.
He's 120 pounds, and if she steps on your foot, you are gonna feel it. I promise.
I am getting hungry now, I'll tell you that.
I know we mentioned it a couple times here, but we can kind of see 30 minutes into the future and see these guys going on break up and down the escalator every time.
We're working on our live reads by looking at their faces and like their body language as they're walking, and we're trying to like predict exactly what it means. So far, we're pretty spot on.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
We won't spoil it,
No,
but it is really interesting.
Certainly not. Shout out to Joel. He's come up the escalator and kind of interacted with us a few different times, asking us, you know, did I make the right fold on that hand? Or
And I've been lying to him every time.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dude, you've been bluffed so many times.
No, he's been a good sport about all of it. And he's got some chips right now. He is back up in the chip lead.
I really enjoy it when people are able to have fun in this spot, because this is the best part of poker, like playing a live final table.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, I grew up watching game shows. I love game shows.
Same here.
And like in a game show, someone wins like $5,000 and they were like screaming and jumping and running around.
Right.
And I'm just like, you just made a 30K pay jump. It's okay to be like, I just won a nice Kia.
That's
like,
what I'm saying, you know.
Like, it's okay to like run around. At home, honestly, some of my like good online results, I'm really happy. I don't hide. Like, I'm like running around. I'm like running around the park with my dog after, and just like let yourself feel it.
That's one of the most fun things about playing online from the comfort of your own home is like you don't have. It's like, yeah, aces in the small blind. Let's go. You know, I am constantly talking to the screen. Like
you should hear some of the things I say about my opponents. I was worried about. I'm like, I'm used to playing online now, and I say some terrible things. I'm like, what if it carried over to live? Get banned.
Does Corey ever just hear you screaming at the screen from the other room?
No, I feel like if there's people around, I'm chilling. Like,
Fair enough.
It's when I'm alone that I'm a bit psychotic.
I'm sure that's not true. So not much for either player here on the Jack 6-3-5 double flush draw board. Andrew sitting with ace high is still going to be the best hand. Joel going to need to catch a king and only a king on the river if he's going to want to receive these chips back into his stack.
Andrew says, what river?
Yeah. And man, this has been his MO. I'm telling you what, he just, like I get he has the best hand right now, but he just continues to find these spots where it's like, I'm just going to take down this pot. I think I have either the best hand or I don't think you have a good hand. He's just really been, had good intuition about picking those spots. But Joel's still sitting at the top of our leaderboard there, 67 big blinds. Andrew Vore, 62. Justin Baseman with 25 in our short stack at the moment. George Kane sitting with 20 bigs. Once again, he has really just kind of been dealt out. He just has not had a ton of hands to work with. He's picked a couple spots, but admittedly, he just has not had a ton of hands that really went his way. I'll tell you though, he has quietly, you know, been able to see some players bust, get some pay jumps, and he is currently sitting with a six-figure score, as is everyone else at this table. That's got to be pretty cool, man. I know both Andrew and Justin are both, you know, guys earlier in their career, you know, on the way up, and to be looking over at that screen and see a 100K score there must be pretty sweet.
Nice.
Yeah.
Andrew jams for George's effective stack, under 20 bigs.
Button's good.
Button's good, thank you. I get his page 40. I need some blue. 30 and more.
You know how they like talk about, you're saying people like on the rise in their career, they have like the rising stars of poker. We really should be like the people falling off a cliff in poker too.
Oh, man.
Like I'm one of those, you know, it's like, ah, she's declining, obviously. Like, it'd be funny if it, like GPA had that as like an award.
Man,
it's like
dude.
over the hill.
The worst downswing of the year got a GPI
We
award.
talked about that a lot. So I used to write for Doug Polk's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And we would have like funny ideas like that.
Sure,
where it's
sure.
like, should we just do like a poker awards, like almost like the Razzies or whatever?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like best. I had some good categories. One of them was best scam.
Oh,
so you really are like, oh, was that a believable scam?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Interesting.
Some of them. Like we had this the year that we were talking about it. It was the year that like a couple casinos had backed out of their guarantees.
Oh wow.
So that was going to be one of the categories.
Yeah.
Borgata would not win that category because they just paid $250,000, no problem.
They're the best.
Oh, it's them. They're telling you to get.
That's really funny.
We listen, huh?
Oh. Worst value for their markup was going to be one of the trophies. What are you reading about?
I'm
so nosy.
I may not have mentioned this. So I run an online store. I sell vintage clothing.
Oh, okay.
And man, my eBay store just said there was an item not received. Where'd that get lost in the mail? It was a vintage Carhartt hoodie. I'm kind of mad. Sorry, guys. You don't need to hear about this. I'm going to have to refund somebody like $40. Dang it.
I mean, you're just being more relatable to the viewers.
That's true. We're not all sitting on a table with 100K locked up. Some of
us are selling shirts, okay? Leave us alone.
There's something.
Why don't you plug your store while you're here? I'm making you. You didn't try to do it. What's your store name?
I'm not going to. It's a very small store online. It's barely even a store. I just go and find, you know, vintage clothing and stuff like that. All right, fine. It's Crispy Fit Vintage on
That's a cute name.
eBay.
I like that.
Yeah.
Hear that, guys? He really needs you to buy a T-shirt.
I have a lot of inventory that I don't have up on there right now. I feel like it's a little sparse at the moment.
His dog hasn't eaten in a long time.
Seriously, guys, do it for Lily.
Yeah, buy a shirt.
For real.
In the arms of the angel.
No, but thank you.
I'm really conflicted about those commercials because they really bother me, having to see the sad puppies, but at the same time, it is supporting a good cause. That's what really bothers me about it.
It's because some people need to see it. They don't know
that
it exists. I think we're like obsessed with dogs, so we know. It's like you don't need to be reminded. You're already thinking about it.
Yeah.
I didn't even, like, I'm all right without it being charged, but it's
George, bottom stack with 16 big blinds. He hasn't been at the bottom of the food chain for a while now.
We're about to be on break anyways.
Did make some nice pay jumps, though.
Yeah, when you guys go on break, I'll grab it and just leave it so if anybody needs to use it, they can. Feel free to.
Thank you.
I was prepared. I came through people's
I came in on Saturday for day 2 thinking I was going to drive home after, and I've just been here since. I'm not prepared.
George with a pair on the button.
Raise 320.
Brent Hanks would approve of this raise. Joel gets out of the way in the small blind, but Justin in the big blind with a covering stack and a pretty, I would say, jammable hand here.
Two lonely watermelons.
All in.
Raise. Player all in.
And he does. He moves it in. Justin finds the jam, and we have a call. We're going to be flipping for it here, guys. Big spot for both players. This is either George going to the rail or Justin being put on the shortest stack at the table by a mile. Oh. Does not hit a pair, but gives himself a lot more outs.
And even more
counterfeit outs. 5 of diamonds on the river. The deuces are going to be good. And Justin going to be knocked down to right around 1 million in chips. He's going to be below 10 big blinds after this hand. Man. I'm not even necessarily calling that a misstep, just a hand that didn't go his way. He was just playing so solid for so much of this final table. Justin Vaseman has played excellent, but he has taken quite a big hit to his stack here. And George Kane going to move up to that 34 big blinds there. And Justin going to go down to just 8 big blinds, a sub 10 big blind stack that I assume we're going to see in the middle pretty soon here.
Yep.
Can I push the cards?
Yeah.
Joel on the button with ace-5 offsuit.
350.
Gonna raise.
Raise 350.
Justin knocked down to about 8 big blinds. Fold, and we have Andrew with Jack deuce suited in the big blind. Gonna go to a flop.
You think I should have flatted in there? No flat, but time is
8-8-7, ace high, still going to be good. Queen of diamonds on the turn, going to bring in a second flush draw, but it's just not going to be relevant for either player there. Nine of clubs on the river. Joel's going to get the check mark here. If he gets to showdown, he will have the winning hand.
$800.
Very interesting. Joel just doing this for a little bit of protection, even though he may realize that he has the best hand. Or not knowing that he has the best hand, but going to get it through just in case.
Out.
Yeah, just in case he's not good, you know.
Looking at Justin's stack right now, I just have this feeling like he deserved a little bit better. He picked really good spots. He navigated really well, and now he's sitting there with 8 big blinds, where poker can be cruel like that sometimes. If he just wins that flip, he's sitting there three-handed with 41 big blinds.
And that's what I was saying.
A really good chance to win.
Yep. I don't even think that king-queen versus deuces hand was a mistake.
It's not. No, sometimes you just need to flip.
It's just one of those things that he's just played so solid and just, you know, gets a bad run out on that hand there.
I got 180 in my mind.
Yes, you did.
I got 180 on my That's the wrong lyrics.
Joel with the birds. Waking up under the gun with the red pocket aces. He's going to bump it up.
Is this just my preference? I hate calling it under the gun when we're four-handed.
That's fair.
Because it just makes it, no,
That's
it's not
fair.
your fault. That's what it's labeled. I think it makes it less confusing when it's labeled that.
Right.
But it always seems like so loose when it's like, oh, someone raises queen 9 of diamonds under the gun, but it's like really hijack.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah, the ranges completely shift when it gets to that. Yeah, it's
I'm
not
with
really
you.
under
Like
the
match
gun.
the graphics, make it less confusing.
I'm
for
just
like,
reading off there,
sure,
admittedly,
no, for
but
people
yeah.
who are like recreational watching, it's so much
Yeah.
better to match what the graphics
Right.
say.
160, Joel. 160.
Players coming up back up from break. We're going to give you a sneak peek on, okay, Joel coming back up. He's got a brown paper bag.
Yeah, so does George.
I think he may have pulled a donut out of it. Don't quote me. Wait, I'm going to see here. Looks like a salad of some kind. Okay, Joel's going for the salad.
All right, I
Interesting.
have salad reads.
Okay.
I always want to like eat healthy when I have
Right.
like 100 big blinds in a bag.
Yeah.
When I like bust end of the night, I go donut.
Of course.
So he's eating a salad. He's thriving right now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's my read.
Good read. Good read.
We will tell at some point, if not that it matters.
That's not a comfort food. You don't need comfort when you're like crushing the competition, you know? If he came up here eating like half a cheesecake, I'd be like, man,
I
he's
think
got
he's
like,
giving us a head nod. Oh, wait, he might be coming over. Okay, let's take a look
are we
here.
getting some reads
Let's
right
see whether
now?
he's thriving or
We're
not.
getting some reads right now.
Let's
Look
take
at
a
that
look.
face. Like that dude is thriving.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay. Joel confirming that this is actually just brain food. Avocado, walnuts, sort of a, we'll call it a healthy salad, chickpea. Yeah. He must be thriving right now. Look at all this brain food he's eating. No wonder this guy's chip leading right now.
3 folds.
Making food reads now.
Yep. Shout out to Joel. He's been a good sport.
There's also some pep in his step.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I don't know about this.
325 reads. Did I?
George got an ace on the button.
I like that we're giving the chat like a news report from the future.
Yeah, George can open the button with an ace and just get it through real quick.
Oh man, I just got great news from my real job.
Ooh.
That something that was tomorrow that was going to be very stressful got pushed back to the 21st.
I'm so happy for
The
you.
same feeling. Do you remember the feeling when like your professor would be like, "There's an exam on Friday," and then Friday rolls along and they're like, "You know what? No, some people have been sick. We're going to make it next week," and you're just like, weight of the world is like lifted off your shoulders.
And you can't cheer out loud because
Yeah.
you know he's going to know that you didn't
study, yeah.
exactly. But in your head, you are just shouting.
It's so funny that those things are so imprinted in our brain that like when this thing happens like a work thing, I immediately go back to like, yeah, the project's postponed.
Ooh, that must be a good feeling. I love that for you.
Joel on the button here with some good cards. King, queen offsuit. Probably going to be good enough to go in for a raise, especially as the chip leader.
Justin, 5.5 big blinds.
Yeah.
It is brutal. Honestly, one of the issues when you get short and you're short-handed with the big blind ante is your stack gets absolutely eaten so fast.
Oh my gosh.
Every single orbit, he's losing
Yeah.
400K.
I've talked about it before, but you know, there's some operators that'll cut the big blind ante in half.
When they're short,
yeah, when they're like four-handed, and I'm not necessarily against it because it does just eat up some of those small blinds. But you know,
The structure of this is so
I was gonna
good, though, I
say,
can't
it keeps the
really
game moving too.
320.
Queen, jack, 7, 2 spades. Joel flops the best of it, 98% with his king, queen.
Fold the jack.
Yeah, right. Give you $100, you fold a jack.
Shout out to the dealer with the cute flower in her hair. She's like, the camera's gonna be on the back of my head. I'm gonna be cute.
That's my girl Nan. She's the best.
She's pretty cool.
She brings me Starbucks occasionally.
That's very nice.
You the best, girl.
Got to think about it.
And she's just an all-around nice person. I don't like her just because she brings me Starbucks. I need to be clear about that.
But also, I could tell, like,
Right.
no grumpy person puts like a flower in their hair.
Oh, she's the opposite of grumpy. She's the best. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it here. It's a little reunion. I like the feeling when I come back here. I just see all the 4 people I like the most.
Yep. Yeah, that's been. It's not just the players. It's not just the, you know, the people in media and stuff like that. Getting to know a lot of the dealers and the floor as I travel around the country doing this job has been awesome because when you play a lot of poker, you know, there is certainly a difference between some of the really quality, you know, floor and some of the stuff like that. And
people who don't care as much.
Exactly.
Feel it.
And man, the Borgata has brought in just a really excellent staff. Chad, Herb, that came in from Vegas have been excellent, and you know, Kenny and Kelly that are here are the best. And yeah, it's just been great. They really do a good job here.
Kenny's awesome. Kenny was a very, very good dealer before he started doing other jobs here.
I'm not surprised.
But that was so, like maybe 15 years ago, one of my favorite dealers.
Yeah.
6-5-4 a little bit for each player. Andrew catching a pair and a gut shot. George open-ended with the backdoor spade draw.
That's 350.
we just had a short crisis on our hands.
We lost Joel.
These players are actually in real time just getting back from break, and Kelly was in the hallway looking for Joel. We lost him for a second. But he found his way back to the table. Deuce of diamonds turn. Both players going to check it through, see what this river is. And the ace on the river, going to move that check mark right over to George. He's going to have the best of it. And can't imagine that he's too worried about a 3 because he would have known about it already, I think. Let's see if he wants to go for a little bit of value even with a 4-liner out there. Yeah.
That's 500.
Sizing does he go? Looked about third pot. Quarter pot-ish. 500,000 is the wager. Andrew has a pair, but I mean, George can have all the 3s, all the aces. This could be a lot of
Always
things.
thinking about it, though.
Yeah.
Turning into a bluff, perhaps. Always. He's thinking about calling.
Yeah. Seems to be frustrated. Third pair doesn't feel too great right now, but he wants to put on the cape, I think.
Oh my God.
Talk it out, Andrew. We haven't heard much out of you. Come on, buddy. Give us a little glimpse into what you're thinking. Ah, he throws it in.
It's a nice value bet.
Yeah.
I think that's
agree.
part of what got him called, is that it's hard to make that value bet on a 4-liner.
Yeah.
So when George does bet, Andrew surmises that it's polarized. But it wasn't. It was just one pair.
Yep. Really nice hand.
Justin down to 5 big blinds.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Makes no sense. What do we got last now? Oh, 4 minutes. 2 more hands. 2 more hands.
Seconds.
Hey, nice looking hand for Justin. It's just 5 big blinds, but he makes the shove with the 9-8 suited. And I think Joel's going to have to make this call. He's got ace-4 off
I think
suit.
so.
What's the count?
740.
740,000?
Yes.
740,000.
At less than 5 big blinds. See you at the river.
Yep.
I can't see him.
Let's try this way. This time.
Oh, 8, 9.
Ooh, that was fast. Just a few minutes ago, I was saying I got a item not received thing. eBay has done their investigation and found that I am not in the wrong, and they are refunding the person under my
Listen,
thumb. So,
everybody in the chat was waiting with bated breath
I know.
for
They
that
wanted to
update,
know.
and they're feeling a lot better
guys,
now.
I just saved $53. So, all right, we're gonna go to a full board here. Deuce, 3 deuce. The ace high for Joel, still best. Justin, I don't want to see you go yet, bud. see a heart on the turn, maybe. 6 of diamonds, not going to be the card he needs. He is drawing to one of the last 6 outs in the deck, but the 4 of hearts. Not going to do the job. Justin Vaseman going to bow out in 4th place. He played fantastically, and he is going to get a 6-figure score in the process. Excellent job, my friend.
$108,000. $57,000 pay jump for these 3 players remaining.
Yep. And I happen to know that this is Justin's biggest score by a long shot, at least in live earnings. So congratulations to Justin on an absolutely fantastic showing. That is a great place to be able to be going into WSOP with a nice little 100K score. And like that, we are 3-handed.
Guess what? You got a chip to swing. Like,
Oh, awesome.
look at you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's about 750,000 left to play for.
Don't you dare bring up that chop number.
I didn't say it. It's more than second place money. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, okay? And we're going to have our first hand of 3-handed play. George going to raise the button here with the king-queen offsuit. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like we've seen king-queen offsuit more than any other hand on this table. I feel like we've seen it constantly.
Check that deck.
Yeah.
Count how many kings and queens are in there.
I think Stanton Tentonowski 3-bet out of the small blind with king-queen offsuit like 17 times yesterday.
I think this looks like the I'm waiting for the clock to run out kind of folds.
Right. Yeah, guys, we are about to hit our modified dinner break, I believe it is. These guys are, I think, agreed on just a 25-minute break that is going to be coming up here soon. There may be one more hand, I'm not sure.
I'm going. I just want to take a much
Just this hand that's in play, I believe.
Okay.
George raises the button, king, queen offsuit. Andrew defends the big blind, 8-6 offsuit, king 3, deuce 3 hearts.
Okay, but then don't start the...
Nobody with a heart?
That's 600.
That's going to get the job done.
Right, that leaderboard one more time before we go. 81 big blinds for Joel and kind of a dead heat for second. Andrew and George with 49 and 45 big blinds apiece. We're going to go on a 25-minute break ourselves. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
A lot of poker left to be played, guys. We'll see you soon.
All right, it has all come down to this, the final table at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship, powered by BetMGM Poker. From 689 entries to our final 6.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Set me free.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, later this week. Set your picks and shoot your shot. And turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, all season long. Come out swinging with picks and parlays and turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
Fellas, 5 minutes.
I appreciate it, man. Oh, okay, you getting that bet in before the boom, huh?
Yeah, LA all the way.
What? Oh, come on, man. You know it's Boston, baby.
KG, I understand why you said it, but it's LA.
Jay, are you serious?
You know what? It's LA.
Why are you standing up?
Because it's LA. You know what? You ain't scaring me. Let me tell you something. That
It's
ain't
Boston, Boston, Boston.
It's LA.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Woo! We're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, later this week. Set your picks and shoot your shot. And turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, all season long. Come out swinging with picks and parlays and turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
And we are back. Borgata Spring Poker Open Championship final table. We are three-handed, my friends. They are deep, though, as we look at this chip count. 81 big blinds for Joel, still sitting in first place. He has had the chip lead on and off for quite a bit of this final table. Andrew Vore in second with 49 big blinds. Been crushing so far. We have definitely seen a ton out of this young pro. And George Kane sitting in third place with 45 big blinds, but not a large margin between him and Andrew. And honestly, as I've mentioned before, this isn't even a double up situation. Either one of these second biggest stacks is just one large pot away from being the chip leader. So strap in, folks. This is going to be a good one.
So what's the blinds though? 2?
1, 2, 2.
4?
Raise.
Jamie, how was your break?
It was good. I lost $30 at blackjack.
Proud
I met
of
up
you.
with my mom.
Oh, nice.
That's what she was doing. I'm like, you know what? I will play a turbo blackjack sesh.
Heck yeah.
Mama bird.
Hey, Mrs. Kerstetter in the building.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot. Sorry.
Now I have shuffling chips. Makes me feel so much more You want to borrow some?
I'm not against that at all. Oh, the 250s.
I love these chips.
I know.
Just remind yourself to pull up the
Okay.
I'll be so distracted if I'm just fumbling around with chips the entire time.
I have these next to my laptop. I use them sometimes.
Yeah, when I play online poker, I also shuffle chips and like mess around with them and stuff like that.
Make sure I get carpal tunnel.
Yeah.
2, 2.
Man, we sat, was it 5-handed for a hot minute
100
there?
years? Yeah.
A hot minute.
We,
And
9 to 8 last night took roughly 100 years.
9 to 8 was really, really rough.
And then
We got
5-handed
7
for
pretty
1
quickly.
eternity.
Yeah. Came into the day. Few players busted right at the beginning, and then we sat 5-handed for quite a while, but we have had a couple eliminations here. Justin Vaseman in 4th place there, just left a little bit ago.
Yeah, basically played super well, and then tournament gods made him flip.
So
Lost the coin flip.
Yeah, on break, I actually was able to catch up with him for a moment, and he kind of echoed the same sentiment. He's like, I felt like I played really solid,
Sure.
you know, the entire time. And I said, you're going to hear it on stream, man. We said the exact same thing. You played excellent. You just basically had one big spot that didn't go your way. And it'd be like that sometimes. So he's in good spirits. 100K score will feel pretty good tomorrow, you know.
Oh, that's the best. It's the best feeling when you like win something and then you go
Yeah.
to sleep and your brain hasn't like fully accepted it.
Right.
You wake up and you're like, oh yeah.
After that adrenaline dump wears off
Yeah.
and everything, it's like, all right.
It's hard to
Okay.
feel it like when you're so focused in the moment. It's hard
Sure.
to feel it. Oh wow, Andrew, greater
Just
than 99% with his trip 5s.
drilling it.
The flip side of that coin is when you get absolutely wrecked and you wake up and you forgot you got wrecked and you're like, no. I've had that too many times as
No
well.
comment on whether I've experienced that or not.
You like check your online account. You're like, oh no.
What happened here?
Yeah.
Right, because there's those times where you just keep opening up new tournaments. You're not really
Oh,
keeping
Sundays.
you're not keeping an eye on what like your
Dude,
account
how
looks
many rebuys
like,
you
and then
did.
like
Yeah.
right when you're rebuying in the tournament, and it's just like, oh man, you go look back at that. I did not cash as much as I wanted to.
100%. This booth has become a support group if anyone
Yeah.
else needs to join.
Go ahead, hit us in the chat if you need it. We got you.
Four?
400 raise.
Somebody in the chat asked, are they chopping? I can tell you that there has been absolutely no talk of a chop whatsoever.
I was curious because sometimes like a slightly longer break will indicate chop talk, but I saw them all come back with food.
Yeah, no,
So I think that was the
believe-
reason.
I believe this was supposed to be the dinner break, which
Yeah.
is technically supposed to be an hour, but
Oh,
I think they
thank
just
God they
negotiated
didn't,
it down
yeah.
to 25 minutes, and that's why we saw we saw Joel come up the stairs and give us his brain food update. That's what was going on.
What are you behind?
Very interesting. So Joel's on the button here with the ace-5 suited.
A little over 6.
He's going to open. Andrew going to 3-bet out of the small blind with the jack-8 suited. Three-handed, I think this is fine. What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
10 seconds.
All in.
Ooh.
Joel says nope. Ace-5 suited, cat jam.
Ah, man. Landon Tice approved. Let's go, Joel.
Thank you.
We'll be seeing Landon Tice in action in just a couple weeks at the final table.
Along with a player that we saw on this stream, Alex Queen will also be there. He is a Borgata regular and
Silent killer.
And good dude.
Mostly silent. Sometimes he's humming a song.
Yeah, yeah.
Promise?
Don't forget to put them in the box for me. Thank you.
Yeah, when Alex won the Winter Poker Open, you know, he was very stoic on stream the whole time, and I wasn't really sure what he was like. And afterwards, he was like doing real fun pictures with us
He's like
and
a lot
stuff like
sillier
that.
than
Yeah,
you would think
was
from his table presence. He's like one of the nicest people. Like
yeah. No, it was really funny. He completely came out of his shell as his wife was coming in to do some of the pictures and stuff. It was really fun.
You're going to be my big bunny auntie. I'm just pulling it in to help me. Okay?
Some serious pay jumps here, guys. Up real quick.
there we go. They got him for you.
My man.
74K.
Yeah, $74,000 pay jump here.
The next one was about 100, a little over 100, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'd take that.
Like when these guys get heads up, like, hey man, you want to play heads up for 100 grand? Sure, let's do it.
Yeah, this is the hardest way to get one of those matches. The easiest way is to start a Twitter beef with someone you think is bad at poker. And then you get a heads-up match for 100K without having to go through 700 people.
Boy, that entire situation of playing people heads up recently has gone very good for some people and very poorly for others.
It's really insane because it used to almost be a running joke where people would say heads up for rolls.
Right,
and they'd
right.
have all this macho crap that was never really true. You go on 2+2, there'd be all this like bickering back and forth. It never happened. Almost never happened.
Right.
And then recently, all the time, we're just going Negreanu versus Doug Polk. We have Berkey versus Airball, and let's just pause that thought because Andrew's got a set of threes.
Yes. And George is leading into it.
George is going to need a lot of help. Running straight cards, his only hope.
This is such a dry board. I really think that we need to just put in the savvy smooth call here. Yes or no?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And you unblock the top pair.
10 seconds. Raise 1 million.
It feels a tiny bit greedy, like it's a check of like, oh, do you have a king? Are you going to be sticky? Can I get all of it? But
If that 4 was a spade, you know, maybe then, but it's just such a dry board. King 4-3 rainbow.
10 seconds.
Ooh. But what do I know?
Andrew playing the player a little bit.
Yeah, what do I know? He's going to get that value. As the player's just holding ace high.
Pot going to the turn's a lot bigger than it would have been for either of us.
Fair enough. This is why Andrew's here, not me. 9 of diamonds going to roll off on the turn here.
Because you weren't the president of your high school poker club.
That is an accurate statement, yes. I was out playing sports.
Me too. Dumb jocks in the booth.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Wow.
1.6.
Oh, that's a new pink chip in
Yeah.
play. Those are 500Ks. Okay, this makes more sense. 1.6 million is the bet.
This is the first time I'm seeing George look tired at all. He
Yeah.
looks a little exhausted finally.
Hey,
He deserves to.
This would
long.
wear on anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, this is some real. Ooh. Oh.
Call.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Are we gonna get heads up right now? We
Right.
are. That's it.
He's
right?
drawing dead. Yeah, he's drawing dead. Oh my gosh, he just got all the chips in the middle, drawing stone dead. That's it. This is eliminated. George.
It happened so fast.
Yeah, a very
Well played, my friend.
costly misstep. George.
He played some awesome hands.
George
I mean, let's
played
get the highlight
some
reel going.
awesome hands. That was just a very sudden. I just really wasn't expecting the all-in. Man.
We're not kidding about like right after break. It's like people get off the table and their
Seems to
mindset
be
is just
that
different.
way. Yeah.
Carlos, it happened to him, and George just a misfire here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, third place.
Listen.
Heaps of money.
If you want to see one of the most awesome hands of this tournament, find George's check raise with a pair of eights on the river.
Versus Max.
Yeah.
That was a sick hand.
So, guys, listen, George, you played some awesome hands. You were chip leader for a good portion of this final table, and you are going to finish in third place for a very, very, very handsome payday. So, my friend, you have a lot to be happy about.
It's kind of brutal though to have like the slow elimination too. Like he didn't know if he had chips left.
It's a little aggressive.
Yeah. Still nice payday.
A bit deflating, but honestly, he earned that payday. He played some really sick hands yesterday and today. Can hold his head up high.
Congratulations, George.
Yeah, it takes a minute to walk that one off.
Rough.
Just like that, we're down to heads-up action. Two of the more dynamic players at the final table.
Here.
Both with healthy stacks. Could be a while.
Go.
Pat, you got the little Jeff flat. Here we go.
I'm so excited. These guys are so close in chips. We are honestly going to get to see some pretty deep heads-up play.
Yeah.
You know, I love this.
Yep.
This is where stuff can get so creative, and I just
Show me that
feel
trophy.
like, yep. Show me that trophy, and yeah, I just feel like both of these players are so capable of coming up with some creative lines from what we've seen so far, and in heads-up play, that's where that can happen so often. I'm just really excited
That was
to
a
see these
crazy
guys go
hand
at
just
it.
now, and
That
honestly,
was
I would have
wild.
played a set of three so much differently. I would just have been trying to get another bet out of my opponent, hoping that he bluffs a little bit, but he ended up getting all of it by playing it fast.
We both were, thinking the check raise might have been a little greedy.
Yeah.
It gets there and just wow.
Am I okay?
So George, third place, $165,000. And look at this, almost even. 73 big blinds, 67 big blinds.
That's what I'm saying. They're so close.
Joel just a little bit ahead.
So much to play.
Okay. You're my small blind. Perfect.
How much you
Uh, let's see, 45, 65, 85, 10-5, 11-5, 12-5, 12-5, like 13-5-ish.
You
I'm gonna give you a little extra piece.
want to look into an ICM shop or what?
Let's play it out.
Okay.
Oh.
Power move.
Andrew.
Let's play it out, he says.
I'm good with it being here. Left hand.
Andrew.
I mean, the opportunity was there to chop, and it would have been $50,000 secured for each player, basically. They're playing a little bit more than 100K heads-up match right now. Andrew's like, listen, man, I'm still in high school. The amount of money I locked up is already so good.
Do you understand
how many Lunchables I could buy with that?
Right. Bitcoin's going to be huge by the time I'm old enough, You're not going to make it there, fella.
Want to get so many Pokemon cards? And before Andrew gets mad at me, I'm making fun of how old we are.
Right.
You're youthful. You're going to be like a billionaire in poker if you keep playing like this.
This is the most jealous thing I've ever
I'm
said.
so
because
jelly.
God,
God.
man. He's real good, too. I
Yeah.
mean, he has played excellent on this final table. Ace, 3, deuce. Not much for either player there.
Dang, the cold showering of the chop, that is just,
Yeah, that was stone cold.
I couldn't do it. I'm such a pushover. Stuff like that.
500.
When there's this much money on the line,
Anything with
I
swaps,
could be
I'm
a
always like,
pushover.
oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, right.
1.3.
And we're getting it after it right away.
Cool.
Like, that's what you get for showering my chop, son.
Yup.
I think he said son, too, in his mind.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
There we go.
Thank you, Kelly.
Will decrease to 30 minutes. I'm going to move this level down to a full 30 minutes, and then all remaining levels will play 30.
That's heavy. I flew Spirit and I just have that.
Go with a slight advantage now.
It sounds like some sort of agreement has been made to make the levels 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I
interesting.
think that's what I just heard Kelly say.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
So Joel, the slight chip leader here, 15 million to 12 million.
Got
But
our glass Borgata.
Where is it?
This is like my favorite joke of the whole time.
Yeah.
I just see the base. Where's the trophy?
Right. Where did they put it? Joel with a pretty one. See if he wants to 3-bet here. It's a lot of hand heads
Oh,
up.
I want a 3-bet.
Yep.
Let's go. Play it.
Okay.
A little sneakier.
Yeah. Ace, Jack, 9.
Check.
Andrew flopping the best of it with just bottom pair, but Joel got a gut shot.
$400. Call.
Show me a 10, dealer. That's what Joel's saying.
Six of clubs on the turn. Shouldn't change much.
Expect this to go check, check. Third pair not super excited about this board when he gets called. Oh, baby.
Whoa.
10 comes home for Joel. It is a diamond. Not the nuts, but it's got to feel like the nuts right now.
No. Action's on board.
I think you're going to have to bet your hand yourself, Joel. This is getting checked back a whole
1.5?
lot. Yeah, and he goes 1.5. 3/4 pot.
Oh, pushing these forward? Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate
Hopefully I'll get the hang of it.
Yeah. Carlos baby through the whole race.
Where's Carlos when we need him?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Look at the high def on these cameras.
I know. I mean,
Shout out to,
you can almost see the trophy.
it's crazy. I can definitely see the base, like, but shout out to Gorilla Gaming. They're putting on just a gorgeous stream here. Make sure you guys go check out Gorilla Gaming. They have put on an absolutely awesome stream for us here. So a little bit of competing clubs here.
It's the battle of the puppy paws.
Battle of the puppy paws.
Call.
Oh, wow. Pretty action flop here. Andrew flopping top pair. Both players flapping backdoor clubs, but Joel, second pair and a gut shot. Turn 8 of spades, going to bring in that front door flush draw, but Andrew content to check again. Joel's going to check it back. Deuce of clubs on the river. Felt like an action flop, but not a lot going in there. Let's see if Andrew wants to go for some value. Go ahead, buddy. Joel's got a hand he might call with if you put a small one out there.
I'm calling with Joel's hand.
Yeah.
He's played so passively.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, he goes on the bigger side. I like it.
King. King's good.
Yeah, not much you can really do. Just got a quick call.
Yeah. I call there every time. Nice hand. Even after losing a small one there, Joel's still sitting atop the leaderboard, 76 big blinds for him. Andrew sitting just around 64 bigs. You guys still very, very deep. This is close.
Don't forget your other two. Raise 500. Call. Two players.
Not much for either player on the 10-6 deuce board. Andrew with ace high still has the best hand.
$1 million.
He's going to stab and take it down.
No, leave it there so I can do it. No, I got you in.
Oh, thank you.
This tournament started with over 700 players, whittled down all the way to the final two, playing for $348,000 for first place.
Life-changing money for either one of these guys.
Yeah, they combined to super high rollerball.
Is that how you would spend the money, Jamie?
Oh, it'd be so fun. It would actually be really fun to do something like that, just because it would be so out of character for me.
Can you
like,
please?
Yeah. All right, this summer, if I snap off exactly a 25K score, I'm gonna buy into the WPT Alpha 8. I'm saying it right now.
I support you 100%.
I think that's the level of crazy that I would be.
Poker gods,
I don't
make
think
this happen.
Yeah, I think 300K, I couldn't stomach it. People would
my
also
God.
speculate, like, did this girl lose her mind? Like, is she okay? That would be the article from Poker.org. Is she okay?
It really is just a fascinating thing. We get so numb to the money in this industry, but I mean, like,
16.
My God.
Yeah.
All right.
Playing a big one.
We have a hand here, folks. Andrew going to open up the button with the king deuce suited.
1.6.
Ace deuce suited.
Ace deuce suited. Joel in the big blind. Going to put in that 3-bet to 1.6. I can't imagine Andrew's going to fold.
Yep, we're seeing a flop. What a flop it is.
Flop.
King 6-6 2 hearts.
Oh my.
Joel with a nice top pair, Andrew with a nut flush draw.
Oh, man, we could see a ton of chips go in the middle here.
Seconds.
3.5.
3.5.
He just goes pot. Wow.
No kidding. Joel just laying down the hammer right away. Says, it's like he knows he has.
3.5. Wow, that's kind of crazy.
It's like he knows he has the nut flush draw.
Kind of interesting. Like Andrew would have just put in the 4-bet with ace king, so you can kind of take that out of his range. He may flat king queen, so you are in trouble against that, but otherwise you kind of have the nuts right now.
Yeah, he's just like pretty much never gonna have a 6 in his range.
All in.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Yeah,
And he just snap calls. Oh my gosh.
Is this gonna be it?
This is for the tournament, guys.
If a heart peels off.
It is equities running decently similar. Andrew's going to win this hand 40% of the time, but right now, Joel
Jack
turns 2 pair, really doesn't change much.
That card would be nice.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's it?
4 on the river.
Stunning how fast it went from 3-handed to a champion.
Joel is your new champion. We're going to get a confirmation on this chip count here, but wow.
I was buckled in for a nice long heads-up match,
Me
70
too.
big blinds deep.
How crazy. It
But
just
I mean, all it
happens
takes
like
is
this
one
sometimes.
big matchup
Yep.
like that in a 3-bet pot.
Wow.
I do think Joel had him by about 5 big blinds.
Yeah. And this is it. That is your new champion, folks. $347,000 richer.
That's a good day.
That's a good day. Mr. Joel Deutsch. Let's go.
Understatement. And I believe it's $239,000 for our runner-up finisher, Andrew.
Yeah. And listen, Andrew played lights out for so much of this final table. He gets the chips in with a big draw and an over. And, hey, it bricks. Had a misstep.
Well played, man. Congratulations.
Consummate professional, but Andrew, he's going to lock up a close to $250,000 score, and I think he is going to wake up tomorrow morning and be very okay with the way he played. He got tons of love,
I missed the day at work.
as did that man, your new champion, Borgata Spring Poker Open Champion.
I'm flying spirit. I'm not
Joel
taking
Deutsch,
that
and there
bet.
I am on screen too.
Joel is one of my people. He goes, I can't believe I just won this much money. I'm flying Spirit home. Sir, get one of those big front seats. You deserve it.
I can't even take that on the plane.
I can't even take that on the plane.
You can. You just have to
Oh,
spend
my
half your
goodness.
winnings on Spirit to check that.
Congratulations, sir.
Yeah.
You know, he's got friends from Florida sweating him in the chat this whole way. Stayed up till 3:30 in the morning with him yesterday,
It's heavy.
and it was worth it. Our champion,
Man.
$347,000, taking home the trophy to Florida.
So there you have it, folks. What an awesome final table. What an awesome full day. I mean, we just saw so many wild hands over the course of the streaming these past couple days. And Joel Deutsch is going to come out as your new champion.
So yeah, I think they're just gonna get the chips already and the trophy for some nice winners photos. I hope we get the Birkin Crocs in there, some feet on the table maybe. But yeah, that should wrap it up for us. I'm Jamie Kerstetter with Jeremy Geis. This has been a lot of fun. I hope you
awesome.
guys enjoyed it, and congratulations to our Borgata Spring Poker Open champion, Joel Deutsch.
Congratulations, Joel. Thank you guys so much. Take care.
All right, it has all come down to this, the final table at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship, powered by BetMGM Poker. From 689 entries to to our final 6.